Regular meeting of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to order. It is a few minutes after 5. We're a little bit late, but let's get going. Madam Chair, would you please call the roll? Madam Clerk, excuse me.
Mr. Starr?
Here.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson? Honored to be here. Mr. Birch? Mr. Birch? Can you hear? Mr. Birch is joining us by telephone tonight. Ms. Drummond? Here. Dr. Selcraig? Here. Ms. Osiander? Mr. Flynn? Ms. Johnston? Mr. Coffey?
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Starr, would you lead us in the pledge, please? Minutes of the previous meeting. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. The minutes of the regular meeting of November 18th are before us. Any changes to the minutes?
Move to accept.
Thank you.
Move to accept.
Any objection to unanimous approval? Seeing none, the minutes of November 18th are accepted. Mayor's report. Mr. Clayman.
Thank you. Just a couple of matters. As I think most of you know, I just returned late last night from the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Washington. The importance of this meeting made it so that I couldn't stay for the inauguration this morning. The most important message that comes from the U.S. Conference of Mayors is that when you meet with the other cities, almost every single one of them which are doing far worse than Anchorage in terms of the economic challenges that face our country, is the message we are ahead of the curve, and we better stay ahead of the curve because, we wouldn't want to fall behind. And we're there because of smart decisions we have made as a city, and I hope we continue to make those. I'm not about the Conference of Mayors, but while there I was invited to have dinner at Justice Ginsburg and was joined there by Justice Souter. And just in the world of how the rule of law works, it was a very enjoyable and interesting meeting, and glad to be there representing the city of Anchorage. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Chair's report. It is my...
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, I saw the press release about the deficit, and I expected tonight to get some kind of a summary that would explain what caused the deficit, when you discovered the deficit, how you were planning to deal with the deficit. There's nothing here, and you didn't make any mention of that. When are we going to have a chance to talk about it?
Well, the $17 million loss or shortfall that we've identified is based primarily on investment loss. That, as you know, the city has a number of investments that, like most folks, instead of getting 3 to 5% interest, I think it was budgeted we would earn 3 to 4% interest. Instead, many of those investments were right at about zero. Or I think the figure we had was 0.31% through November. And if you look at the amount that's invested, that's basically $15 million of the 17. And then there's $1.8 million which comes from the fire department, which we were aware of last year when we were looking at the fire department overspending in 2008. So that's where the $17 million comes from in terms of solving that challenge, which essentially creates a shortage of revenue, so we have to make spending cuts. As you know, 75 to 85% of our budget is labor-driven. So to make those savings, we're going to have conversations and negotiations with all of the bargaining units, and also discuss how that affects employees who are not part of bargaining units as well as executives. So we're looking at labor costs. We're basically everything is on the table, and we are looking at every way we can to make those savings up. If I had a specific plan today in terms of how we're going to make up $17 million in save $17 million in expenses because of the revenue shortfall. We could tell you what it is, but it isn't an overnight fix. It takes time. It takes a lot of hard work, and we're working at it.
Could you please give us a written memo to summarize where the deficit comes from? The only thing I've seen so far is the $7 million in that fund that's going to be addressed by a resolution tonight. So I'm sorry, but I need more detail than.
Well, what we can certainly provide you there was a press release which you saw when we held a press conference that described that loss. Our chief financial officer prepared a PowerPoint that described where it came from.
I've not seen that.
And we will be more than happy to copy that PowerPoint to all Assembly members, which gives you the same information that we provided. And I know there were some Assembly members there at the press conference, but I certainly can provide that. That gives you the same level of detail that we've gone through.
And then you'll be able to tell us when this was discovered and how this was discovered, too.
Well, I can certainly talk briefly about that. On October 17, there was a work session on the MOA Trust, and at that point in time, the chief financial advised us, and at that point I was chair of the Assembly, identified the fact that we were looking at revenue shortfalls. There were discussions at the same time about whether or not we would be able to roll our commercial paper with the port in light of the present economic conditions, which really started in late September on a national level, and that's what I kept repeatedly hearing at the News Conference of Mayors, was that really the triggering factor in terms of the market crash was the Lehman Brothers collapse in late September. And we saw that in October in front of the Assembly when we had a work session and we heard about whether we could roll the commercial paper. We, as an Assembly, approved a resolution or an ordinance that would have allowed issuing a kind of a bridge loan if we couldn't roll the commercial paper. We ended up being able to roll the commercial paper, and since mid-October when we heard about this, I think it's been in the national news and certainly was aware to me in October, November, December that we were having market factors that were likely to impact the municipal budget. When I became acting mayor, I think I've been meeting with Sharon. Well, Sharon's not here, but I would say it's a rare day that I don't show up in her office with questions, and I've been meeting with her and talking with her if not daily, certainly all the time, about the status of municipal finances. And when I called the press conference, that was the earliest date I felt we had enough information to provide public information on the status, and so that's what I did.
Well, this isn't certainly the time to get into detail or the time to debate. I would, though, tell you that I don't believe the Assembly was informed when we dealt with the budget that we were going to have a shortfall for 09 of $17 million, or when we dealt with the labor contract. So I am concerned. And I'm hoping we'll have a chance to sit down and talk that through.
Well, Ms. Osiander, I will welcome the chance to meet and talk with you more. I certainly, as just one vote on the Assembly, I was very aware of the national financial conditions, and I had every belief that it was going to have an impact on our city, although I didn't know how much or in what way. Anything else, Ms. Osiander?
Well, quite a bit, but I'll hold it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Back to the Assembly Chair's report. Last time we met, we changed the order of the day and had a vote to select a vice chair. And it was unknown to me at the time that we needed a 2/3 vote or 8 votes to change the order of the day. We had 7 votes, and in retrospect, it was determined that the best thing to do would be to repeat this agenda item with the full body present and Mr. Birch on the phone. In order to do that, I need to have a motion to change the order of the day, and we need 8 votes to change the order of the day.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Flynn.
I'd like to make a motion to move down the agendas to special orders, to take up a motion to select a vice chair, an acting vice chair.
Madam Chair?
Second.
Yes, Ms. Osiander.
Madam Chair, after I got that email from the clerk, went back and grabbed Roberts, and I would argue that there was a 2/3 vote. There were 7 people who voted to to change the order of the day. We have a body of 10. There is nowhere in charter or in code any language that defines a certain number of votes required to make two-thirds. This admittedly is a tiny point. I don't believe the outcome of this vote is going to change one way or the other, but I'm concerned about precedent. This body typically has to change the order of the day frequently during meetings. We have to deal with administrative priorities on issues. We have to at times hold items until later on in the agenda because of developing events. I think it's very legitimate to argue that it was a correct vote. 7 people voted for it. That's two-thirds of the voting body. I am going to urge that we do not do this over again because it's a slippery slope where basically we'll have to have 8 votes every time we need to move one single thing on the agenda. So I am not going to support voting on this again.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Actually, I would agree, or rather disagree with Assemblymember Osiander that it's a small point. I think it's a big point. The outcome of this vote isn't going to change, but it's simply about doing it right and following the law, which should be a simple matter. We should have been done with this 2 minutes ago. This should be very simple. We can make the motion, get it done, and move on with our business. It shouldn't be that big a deal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Starr?
Well, just
There is some concern about what the actual size of this body is in this particular point in time with one of our members in the mayor's office.
Can I have some clarity? Does it say a certain number in Robert's rules, or does it say
No,
a majority?
not a number.
Two-thirds?
Two-thirds.
Two-thirds of what?
Of the body, which is 11.
We're 10. Madam Chair, can I make one other point?
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
The comment was made that this is against the law. There is no law here. Basically, we are following code. Code where it's silent refers on a book on procedure. The book on procedure is not definitively clear. My read of it is it's of the body, and our body is certainly 10. I think that we have, for all my tenure on this body, dealt with it with a simple majority.
Not sure.
So this is a step up already to go to 7. I think that we're on a slippery slope here, and it's going to make it even more difficult to do business if it takes 8 votes every time you want to change something.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find it interesting that both of our legal experts bolted the room as we began this discussion. It would be nice to hear from counsel on the issue. To clarify, if we're talking about a two-thirds vote, to answer Mr. Starr's question, it would not be two-thirds vote of those present. It would be two-thirds vote of the body. Now, the question then is, as Madam Chair, as you've raised, is the body 10 or is the body 11? And I think that's a legitimate question. But it's a fairly simple procedure at this point. We have more than 8 votes, I would imagine, tonight to change the order of the day. Let's change the order of the day. Let's renominate Mr. Coffey as vice chair and be done with it.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was hoping that we could get an opinion from both our attorney and the municipal attorney.
It's not a legal matter.
I see neither of them
I know
present.
Julie is working on something still, so she's not here. Rhonda is here.
It's not.
No, not Julie, I think. Is she? I know Rhonda's in the back. I don't think Julie is. That's all I was saying. Thank you.
Okay, let me move on for the moment. Ms. Selcraig, Dr. Selcraig.
I think there's two issues before us. One of them is the issue of whether or not we're going to go through revoting for the vice chair position. But the other issue, and the issue that concerns me most, is setting up a precedence that is going to take us 8 votes every time we want to change the order of the day. And it would seem to me that that's a cumbersome and complicated situation at times. And also that I would say that the body is the sitting body. Right now, Mr. Klayman doesn't have a vote at this table. It's not as if we have 9 votes. We have only 10 votes. So we have a sitting body of 10 people. And I just question the interpretation of it being 8. It doesn't make sense to me. So I would like some sort of definitive rule.
Ms. Ray Jackson, are you back on the list?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My memory tells me that this is not the first time that we needed a supermajority to change the order of the day. Unless I'm sleeping at times, which I'm not, I remember many times having to have 8 votes to change the order of the day. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, I could rule as chair that we are a body of 10 until the 1st of July. I'm reluctant to do that without advice. Seeing as the kind of issues that this body has faced in the past, I don't want to step somewhere where I should not. So let's take this vote and hope that we get 8 votes, change the order of day, do it over, and Ms. Westover, could you give us your opinion?
Madam Chair, I apologize. Can you tell me what the question was?
The question is regarding changing the order of the day and a vote requiring 2/3 of the body. Is the body 10? Is the body 11?
I think that by the charter, the body is always 11 when it's voting.
But if we don't have...
Dr. Selcraig?
It's hard for me to understand how we can have a body of 11 when we are all here with a sitting body of 10. In other words, Mr. Klayman cannot vote tonight. I mean, he doesn't, so we only have a body of 10 in terms of sitting votes. I don't understand how we can have a body of 11.
Through the chair, Ms. Selcraig, the voting is in the charter, and it says that it's a majority of the strength of the full seats of the assembly. It's not just the number of people that are present, because if there are absences, you could use the same argument that it's a fewer number that would require a majority.
I'm trying.
Mr. Gutierrez?
I would agree on that. Consider an issue where somebody or a member has a conflict and is not allowed to vote on an issue. Then we suddenly are a 10-member body and the math changes. What if 2 members have a conflict? Could 5 members then pass something? The body is 11. Right now, Mr. Klayman is not allowed to vote.
By ordinance.
There are 8 votes to change the order of the day right now. It's always been 8 votes to change the order of the day. I realize sometimes we can't do just whatever we want, whenever we want, however we want it, but that's life. There are rules. We have to follow the rules. Let's follow the rules, do it right, and get it done. The outcome will be the same.
Mr. Gutierrez, you're correct. However, abstentions or absences do not change the size of the body. The body is as defined in the charter. Ms. Osiander? She was on the. Did you have a comment? Okay. Please get to the microphone so we can get your full comment.
This is not a question of law. This is a question of parliamentary procedure. I would say if we want further clarification, we should ask someone who has some specialty in parliamentary procedure. I read this and I read the charter, and I think that any of us as lay people have a right to have an opinion on this. It's not law. Mr. Abbott, I think, also might want to make a comment, because I was overhearing his discussion.
Madam Chairman, the only thing I was mentioning is that the Assembly has been a 10-member body many times since the Charter. There's periods during which a resignation or there's a vacancy on the panel before in which an 11th member, or in some cases, I understand there has been a time when 2 members were actually, the Assembly only had 9 members, and the practice at that time was to continue as if 11 were the body, whether that be for the purposes of simple majority or 2/3 majorities calculation. That's the recollection from a previous municipal attorney who weighed in on the subject some time ago.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Dr. Selcraig?
I withdraw my question.
Okay. And Mr. Coffey?
I just have one question. If we vote no on the motion to change the order of the day, or if it fails, what is the consequence?
That we can't, we won't be able to change the order of the day, and we'll have to take it up at special orders at the end of the meeting.
No, it's just a timing. I think Ms. Drummond is right. I think it's a timing issue. So, folks, look, we've never had 10 like this, where we've got an acting mayor who can't vote, who should be here. So why don't we just get on with it, make it clear, and I understand Ms. Drummond and Ms. Tucker are working on an ordinance that will clarify this for the next 6 months or 5 months, whatever's left. And I understand everybody's point, but we got some other business other than our own to take care of, and I would urge that we support the motion to change the order today. We get it done and we move on. Thank you.
Okay. One more comment from Mr. Flynn. Or I should say final comment will be from Mr. Flynn.
I'll just let it lie, Madam Chair. Thank you. We can vote.
Thank you. Please vote on changing the order of the day. There you go.
Mr. Burke?
Yes, affirmative on changing the order of the day.
Mr. Starr? Yes. Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Birch? Say yes again. Well, we already know he said yes. Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Dr. Selcraig? Yes. Ms. Osiander? No. Mr. Flynn? Yes. Ms. Johnston? Yes. Mr. Coffey? Yes. I'll explain. The reason we're doing this is when one member's on the telephone, we need to poll a vote each time we have a vote. And that was 9-1.
Okay. The reason for changing the order of the day was to re-vote, take up again the matter of of electing a vice chair. A motion would be in order. Ms. Osiander.
Nominate Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Now, this requires a secret ballot. Madam Clerk, how do we do that with one member on the phone?
Let the member on the phone whisper it to somebody non-impartial.
Excuse me. Are there any further nominations before we take a vote? No. Seeing no further nominations, the nominations are closed.
Ask unanimous.
Any objections?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Vote.
Okay. We'll need to do a secret ballot. And Mr. Birch, would you waive your secrecy, or would you? The question is whether we need to have a secret.
I'm fine.
Oh, okay. The rest will be secret ballot, and then you can call yours out when we're ready to go. Thank you. And this would be yes or no.
Okay, hold on a second.
I've been prepared.
I have a pen. It's in my little briefcase.
That's true. 2. There are 3.
Mr. Birch, your vote is? Mr. Birch?
Take a brief at ease while we find Mr. Birch.
You want any water?
No, I'm not.
This went out now, Jenny. Isn't that it?
Chris?
Your party is not answering. Please try your call later. We're sorry, but your call will now be disconnected. 1392.
Well, then I'm not even reading that. Not quite what it is. Natural.
Everybody your value? No. No. Okay.
Sometime this evening, they'll Patrick. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Chris?
Is not answering. Please try your call later. We're sorry, but your call will now be disconnected.
What? No.
Your party is not answering.
It's the same number you used before. It's 888-572. No. Well, I didn't call you. Right. Well, maybe we'll... Here. Wait, maybe like at 5 o'clock? Okay, well, let me set it up, and I'll let it work out. You want to Okay. I'll let you do that at your house.
The proxy of Mr. Birch was obtained and remains secret. The vote for Assembly Chair is 8-2. Mr. Coffey?
Thank you.
For Vice Chair. There you are. Sorry. And I'd like to finish on the Chair's report. I have a very positive task to do. Dr. Selcraig has celebrated a 10-year anniversary with the municipality of Anchorage, and she gets a pin. All right. Committee reports. I'd like to hear committee reports. Mr. Gutierrez, Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a moment. Should we wait until the...
Yes, let's wait until we catch Mr. Birch. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a rather lengthy report. I will speed it up as best I can. First, the Public Safety Committee. We met last Wednesday at City Hall in joint session with the Budget and Finance Committee. In attendance were myself, Ms. Gray Jackson, Ms. Johnston, and of course yourself, Acting Chair Drummond. We heard at first a presentation from the Anchorage Fire Department regarding their strategic plan. It's a rather interesting document. I encourage all Assembly members to look it over carefully. I'm not sure if all Assembly members have received it yet or not, but when you do, I would encourage you to take a good hard look at that. Next, we had a discussion surrounding issues with Players House of Rock in Spenard. That issue has been sort of on our agenda for some time now. We had a very lively discussion. It was well attended. The ownership and staff of the bar were there. Some members of the community council were there. The Assembly, as you'll recall, earlier this year allowed that establishment to remain open after the bar break to serve food. There have been some complaints from the neighborhood but the establishment seems to be working hard to address those. The committee, with the consent of Acting Chair Drummond, who represents that area, asked Council to determine what, if any, remedy the Assembly may have at its disposal for issues there. That issue with the Players House of Rock will be discussed again on the February meeting of the Public Safety Committee, along with, I think, a broader discussion of policy related to that bar break issue. Lastly, the Animal Control Advisory Board brought the committee some recommended changes relating to dangerous domestic animals. That body plans to hold several public meetings of its own on this issue prior to bringing anything before the Assembly. Their recommendations dealt mainly with loopholes and deficiencies in current code as it relates to the classification, confiscation, and redemption of dangerous domestic animals. I'm sure that board will also be making public their recommendations, or rather disseminating those to the Assembly. They will, as I said, have a couple of public meetings in the future with dates to be determined, but I will make sure that Assembly members know what's going on there. The next Public Safety Committee meeting will be Wednesday, February 11th at noon in the Assembly Conference Room in City Hall. On the Audit Committee, I received a request from Acting Mayor Clayman last week, and I apologize to the Mayor. That was in my box on Monday. I didn't get it until Friday. Requesting to hold an Audit Committee meeting in the near future on the subject of the side letters and the internal auditor's report. And by the way, I believe that memo was distributed to all of you as well. I will be sending out an email to find a time or request times of the Audit Committee members on when they can meet, either late this week or early next week. The Anchorage Community Development Authority Board met a couple of weeks ago, and I attended that meeting. They passed a couple of resolutions relating to what I believe is item 14M, as in Mike, on tonight's agenda. That's the North Point Bluff. I believe we'll probably hear from them when we reach that item. And that is all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Gray Jackson, Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee met on Thursday, January 15th, and we had actually 3 items on the agenda, and the first one was to discuss AR 2008-333, on financial reporting brought forward from Assembly Members Selcraig, Drummond, and Osiander. And the committee had some very productive discussion with the administration. And after our discussion, the committee voted to accept AR 2008-333 as submitted and recommend that the Assembly approve that document at tonight's meeting. The second discussion, which was also very productive, was on AR 2008-334, postponement of new hires and certain contracts. And after productive and rather lengthy discussion, the committee voted to request that the authors of this resolution postpone action to allow them and the Assembly as a whole to discuss this matter further at a work session. The last subject that was discussed at the meeting, talked about briefly, was my plan to develop a 2009 work plan for the committee, and I had anticipated having that document available today. Unfortunately, I don't have it available, but I will in the next few days, and I anticipate getting that to the committee for a review before I present it to the Assembly as a whole. The next meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee will be held on February 19th at noon, and it's open to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Selcraig. Mr. Birch, any report from the Anchorage Chamber?
Your report?
Yes, sir. A report on the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, I say I don't, no meetings, nothing to report.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Osiander. Title 21.
Later on tonight, Chapter 3, Title 21 is on our agenda. I will be making a motion to postpone that because we had to cancel our committee meeting this week due to the icy road conditions. I couldn't get out of my driveway. We are anticipating that we will finish 3 this Thursday in committee, and as such, it will be on the next agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry I got you out of order. Mr. Coffey, your committees.
No, Mr. Flynn should make the report on legislation.
All right.
Legislative committee.
I'll hold off until we get to Mr. Flynn. Dr. Selcraig.
Yes, the Community and Economic Development meeting will be tomorrow at noon in City Hall, and there's a variety of things going on in that committee. Currently, we've been actively engaged in the discussion of energy and what different options there are. We're putting together a work session which I hope to schedule for the Friday before our next meeting, if possible, that would include a report from the state and a report from NSTAR in terms of strategies for actually getting gas to this region, assuming that the main gas line gets built. And there's some pretty interesting information that I think is valuable for us to know and some important actions that we might want to be taking. Also, we're talking about putting together a late February forum, public forum, where we would bring all this information to the public along with information regarding renewable resources that are available to us and allow the public to get educated in terms of this information along with us and hear from them regarding what they think is important in terms of the things that we should be considering. In the near future, we're going to be coming back to this body and proposing that the municipality initiate an energy plan in coordination with the other communities in this region. And I'll be running that by you and get your thoughts on it. I've talked to Mr. Posey about it. The intention is not to spend a lot of money, but actually tap into the available resources that there are right now to assist us and come up with some policies and actions that we can use. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Flynn, Legislative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you are aware, we had a committee meeting on Friday with the work draft. We considered and accepted a variety of administration-recommended amendments and then about 10 or 11 member-generated amendments. I believe there are a few more that Ms. Osiander wishes to bring forward this evening, so it's my intent to pull this from the consent agenda and take it up for final approval after our dinner break. And that's all, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. That reminds me, where is the final copy of the legislative program?
I believe Ms. Rabbit told me it's being run as we speak.
It's on its way.
Okay. Thank you. And Ms. Johnston. AML?
I'll be going down to the AML board meeting next week in Juneau and participate in the AML fly-in from the 28th to the 30th. Thank you.
Thank you. An addendum. We have a number of addendum items this evening.
The addendum. Thank you.
There are a couple of additions to the addendum, a couple of laid-on-the-table items. Should I read those first? 9B4 is AR 2009-19, a resolution stating temporary non-objection. Do you have that? Okay, and 9B5, AR 2009-18, regarding identifying spending reductions.
We have a motion to add the addendum.
Madam Chair, I move to add these two items to our addendum.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Second.
Second. Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Let's see.
That's all right. They were the two items.
Okay. The addendum consists of item 9B3, resolution number AR 2009-16, a resolution adopting the 2009 legislative program for the municipality of Anchorage from the mayor's office. 9B4, resolution Assembly Resolution 2009-19, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its temporary non-objection to application of a new general wholesale liquor license, Southern, Odom Wine and Spirits of Alaska, LLC, license number 4861, doing business as Southern Odom Wine and Spirits of Alaska, located at 1800 Ship Avenue, Anchorage, Alaska, 99501. Item 9B5, AR 2009-18, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to identify spending reductions required to balance the projected deficit of more than $17 million in the FY 2009 municipal budget. Item 9F, as in Frank, 5, ordinance number AO 2009-10, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $43,900,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of road, storm drainage, and related capital improvements, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs in the Anchorage roads and drainage service area at the election to be held in the municipality on April 7, 2009, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum Number AM 48-2009. Item 9F6, Ordinance Number AO 2009-11, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $2,600,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of constructing, renovating, and equipping park and trail improvements and recreational facilities, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs in the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area, without cost to Chugiak, Eagle River, Girdwood, and other taxpayers outside the service area, at the election to be held in the municipality on April 7, 2009. The public hearing for that item is set for the 3rd of February, as was the prior ordinance that I forgot to read about the public hearing. That ordinance is also accompanied by Assembly Memorandum Number 49-2009. Item 9F7, Ordinance Number AO 2009-12, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $4,500,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of facilities, renovations, and related capital improvements, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs at the election to be held in the municipality on April 7, 2009. Public hearing is set for February 3, 2009, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 50-2009. Item 9F8, Ordinance AO 2009-13, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $1,550,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of public safety and transportation improvements and related capital improvements, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs at the election to be held in the municipality on April 7, 2009, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 51-2009. Public hearing is set for February 3, 2009. Item 9F9, Ordinance AO 2009-14, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $4 million of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of public safety facilities, police, and related capital improvements, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operations and maintenance costs in the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service area at the election to be held in the municipality on April 7, 2009, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 52-2009. Public hearing for this item is set February 3, 2009. Item 9F10, Ordinance AO 2009-15, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $1,800,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of fire protection capital improvements, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operation and maintenance costs in the Anchorage Fire Service area at the election to be held in the municipality on April 7, 2009. Public hearing is set for February 3, 2009, and that item is accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 53-2009. That is the addendum to the agenda. There's a motion on the floor. Any objection to incorporating the addendum? Seeing none, the addendum is incorporated to the agenda. First item on the consent agenda. Assembly members who want to pull items. Let's start with Ms. Johnston. Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As referenced previously, item 9, Bravo 3.
The legislative program?
That is correct. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Osiander?
9E1.
9E1. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Dr. Selkirk? Mr. Coffey?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I have to do 9C1 for purposes of declaring what may be determined to be a conflict.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay. Mr. Birch?
Mr. Birch?
Any items? Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the addendum to the agenda, item 9 Bravo 5.
I knew she would pull it.
She didn't.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez?
No items, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Starr?
Then go ahead.
9 Echo 4 off the addendum.
9-4. Okay. Dr. Selkirk, I'm sorry, an additional item?
Yes, 9B4.
9B4. Okay.
And Bill Starr.
Okay.
Okay. There you go.
Administration, any items to pull?
Madam Chairman, just for clarification's sake, could you repeat what are the items that are 9B4 and B5?
What are the items themselves? 9B4 is Assembly Resolution 2009-19, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its temporary non-objection to application of a new general wholesale.
Thank you.
Okay.
B5 is the...
9B5 is a resolution, AR 2009-18, a resolution of the Assembly to identify spending reductions required to balance the
Madam
projected
Chair,
deficit.
Thank you.
I'd like to withdraw 9B4.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Add 9B5.
I think 9B5 has been pulled. Is that correct? Okay, good. Thank you.
Who pulled it? Elvie?
Okay. Dr. Selkirk, you are pulling...
I'm not pulling.
9B, you're not pulling anything. Okay.
And 9B5.
Are you sure?
Let's see. Yes. I'm trying. Yes, go ahead, Madam Clerk, if you'd read the pulled items.
I have 9B2, 9 Bravo 2, 9 Echo 1, 9 Charlie 1, 9 Bravo 5, 9 Echo 4.
I didn't hear
I think there was a mistake.
9B2.
I pulled 9 Bravo 3, not 9
3,
Bravo
okay.
2. I apologize.
Okay.
So we don't need 3?
9 Echo 4. 9.
Okay. All right, with the exception of the pulled items, the consent agenda is before us for approval. Any objections to the consent agenda as amended? Seeing no objections, the consent agenda passes. First item, Mr. Flynn, that would be 9B3.
With the leave of the body, Madam Chair, I'd ask you to delay consideration of this item until after our dinner break.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to make a motion that we delay consideration of this item until after our dinner break so we can review the
That particular motion? Okay,
Second.
that particular item? Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, please note that we'll take that up after the dinner break. Next item, 9C1.
Oh, no, we don't. If we're moving.
I need to get some clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
We're changing the agenda then, correct? And as such,
We might need a vote.
well, she didn't ask if it was without objection. So I was trying to, shouldn't there be a motion? And then at this point, it needs 2/3, correct?
Mr. Flynn, please make that motion.
I'll remake the motion, Madam Chair. I would ask leave of the body to move this item, make a motion to move this item to after the dinner break. That's item 9 Bravo 3, our legislative program.
And I seconded it, and I'll second it again.
Okay, that item has been moved and seconded to be taken up after the dinner break. Is there objection to moving that item to after the dinner break? Seeing no objection, that's unanimous. Thank you. Item 9C1, Assembly Memorandum. No, I'm sorry. Okay. 9B5.
Move to approve.
Item 9B5, AR 2009-18, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to identify spending reductions required to balance the projected deficit of more than $17 million in the FY 2009 municipal budget. Mr. Coffey?
Move to approve.
Did I hear a second?
Madam Chair,
There we go.
I think we've already been through the, never mind.
This is a pulled item, so we need to discuss it. Okay.
We need a second.
I'm there. Second.
Did I hear a second?
I thought it was Jennifer.
Ms. Johnson? Are you the second? Okay. I'm not seeing this. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair,
Oh,
point of
there it is.
order.
Okay. Mr. Coffey?
I'm sorry, my agenda here shows 9B5 under committee reports. Okay, fine. I just want to make sure everybody knew that's where it was, so if we have a vote, we've got it in front of us. So I should make the motion, and then Ms. Johnston should second.
It's been made and seconded.
Thank you. I'm sorry for
Okay.
that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That item is on the floor.
Okay.
Mr. Coffey, you pulled it.
Thank you. No, Ms. Gray Jackson
Oh,
pulled
I'm
it.
sorry. Ms. Gray Jackson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for moving to approve that, Mr. Coffey, and seconded by Ms. Johnston. And I'd like to thank Acting Chair Drumming and Acting Vice Chair Coffey for bringing this forward, because the administration did identify a $17 million budget shortfall, and we need to address it. But the issues that I have with this resolution is, I think it's a really good idea to let the administration address it. It's their budget shortfall, and they need to be given the opportunity to work things out. That's my first concern with the resolution. And my second concern with the resolution is the Assembly has in place a Budget and Finance Committee, which I am the chair of, and there are two other members, Ms. Johnston and Ms. Drummond, and I don't see anywhere in this resolution where the Budget and Finance Committee is even mentioned. The Assembly approved the resolution some time ago, which gave responsibility to this committee to work with the administration, even before this budget shortfall, to find efficiencies. And I'll say it again, I don't see the Budget and Finance Committee mentioned at all in this resolution. The second issue that I have is on page 2, section 1, where it basically says that the Assembly would engage in dialogue with the representatives of each bargaining union. And unless I'm not remembering something, I thought that negotiations was left up to the administration and not the Assembly. And these are concerns that I have, Madam Chair, and I hope that somebody else on this body shares my concerns. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. When I pushed in my request to speak, the item came up as 9B5, so that's why I told the Chair. I wanted to address this. Ms. Drummond and I have worked on this, and I've conversed with some of you as we've gone through it, trying to make sure we had we were bringing a resolution that would be somewhat comprehensive. Here was what started this, was of course the idea that we had a $17 million shortfall. And the second aspect of it is that we are in the second year of a 2-year budget, and it seemed that the best course of action was to treat this deficit as we would treat the first year of a budget in the 2-year cycle, which means you talk to virtually all the departments, the administration, and so on down the line. So what we were trying to do was make sure that the administration understood clearly with us that we need to have these discussions on in the order of that, in the nature of those kinds of discussions, with a view toward finding resolution of the shortfalls. Secondly, during the course of the discussions relative to the contracts which were recently passed, and previous practice in the past has been not negotiations with unions. That's the administration's job. And we don't ask for negotiations. We ask for a dialogue. And I remember my discussions with representatives of APDEA. I remember my recent discussions with the members of the fire department and so on, explaining to us their proposed agreements. We are now in a situation where we were some 5 years ago when we had a $33 million shortfall, and the same sorts of discussions went on with people looking for solutions. So what I would like to hear, for example, is what some of the various bargaining units and employees and department heads have to suggest to us as different methods by which we might address this problem. This is a significant problem. It is more than 3% of our budget, less than 4%. It's still somewhat uncertain. We don't know whether $17 million is correct, whether it may be 22 or 23 million. Maybe we get lucky and it's only 12 or 13 million. We're 3 months away from imposing the mill rate. And in that period of time, I believe that it is incumbent upon this entire body, just as it is in developing an initial budget, incumbent upon all of us to be engaged in the process of discussion with our various departments, the various unions, the various employees, and so on down the line, as well as the administration and the staff, as we say, the chief financial officer. I believe it's incumbent upon all of us to work toward trying to find a solution to this. And then I wanted to say one last thing. We're in my view, a very unique situation here with Mr. Clayman as acting mayor and the body of an uneven number. And I also note that there were, at the time of the budget discussions, a very distinct difference of opinion between 6 on one hand and 5 on the other. We disagreed to a high degree on what we ought to do. I believe those philosophical differences continue to this day, and here's what I hope we can do. My goal as vice chair, and I've asked my chairman if this is what she would like to do as well, is we've got to work together in a bipartisan nature to come to these resolutions. And so part of this was my hope that all of us would acknowledge and agree that this whole body needs to get to work, and this whole body needs to recognize the validity of each other's positions, and we develop a bipartisan solution to the 17 million plus or minus shortfall that we have. That's what led to this resolution, and I hope that the folks here will support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. I have 7 people in line to speak. Are you sure you don't want me to refer this to the Budget Committee and we take it up there? Okay, Ms. Johnson, you're next.
First of all, I would like to be added as a sponsor. And secondly, we are in different times. We are in almost an experiment with our code, because as we were trying to change the order of the day this evening, and was it a 7 or an 8 vote needed, we still are 11 members of the Assembly, where one is now moved from chair to acting mayor. And we then have acting chair and acting vice chair. And so it is not as if our acting mayor was voted by the people of Anchorage to become mayor. We're now more as a body working on all of this together. And this is an issue that all of us need. I agree with Mr. Coffey that particularly as we have an election, a mayoral election going on, that this body is responsible to come up with some solutions as a legislative body and as a bipartisan or a nonpartisan body. So I feel that this is a very good resolution. I like the idea that we will be treating it similar to a 2-year budget cycle, and I'm very much in support. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk.
Yes, I plan to support this evening. I have actually talked to Mr. Coffey about this concept for a while, as well as I've talked with Ms. Drummond about it. And the core issues for me in this effort is that we in fact recognize that we will successfully get through this process if we work in a cooperative and in a partnership manner with the employees and with the expertise of the municipality. And what this does is it creates that framework, and it also creates a strategy so that we can begin to have public conversations here in this body using some of the other tools that hopefully we'll approve this evening in terms of keeping track of where we are at and also getting regular reports from Ms. Whittleton. It allows this body to begin to openly discuss what our options are and hopefully hear from the public through a series of hearings that we could set up. I know Mr. Coffey's talked about that. I also was pleased. I was pleased to see we've talked a lot about the last 4 contracts that we approved, but the reality is that our employee costs are broad. They're not just 4 contracts, and so I was happy to see the non-reps and the executive employees discussed as well, because in order to solve this, I think we're going to have to look at all those pieces. Also, I think that there are some efficiencies to be realized in our departments, and I think as we work with those department heads and as the administration works with those department heads, I'm hoping that we can identify things that we can potentially defer for a year. For quite some time, I've been snooping around that IT budget. It always comes to us in a big block of $7 million. I'd like to know how that works, if there's some things we can defer there. So I look forward to this as an effective tool. I think it's something the entire Assembly needs to be involved with, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions, and I also am fairly supportive of this. I think it's a good idea. I would imagine a great deal of this is already being done by the administration. It's only prudent. I do have some concern with the language in Section 1, so I'd like to hear from counsel, because requesting to engage in a dialogue to establish a framework sounds very much like negotiation to me. If counsel says it's not, if counsel says we're clear, then I have absolutely no problem with that.
Mr. Gutierrez, I'll respond first, and then Ms. Westover will follow up. We've been discussing this here at this end of the room since we first saw this laid on the table item tonight. Our full expectation with regard to all 8 bargaining unions is that while we have not entered negotiations with them, within less than 10 days, I would predict we will be in negotiations with all units. It's our belief that for the Assembly to have any discussions with the bargaining units when we're in negotiations would constitute Unfair Labor Practices Act, or would be an unfair labor practices issue, because you'll be later asked to approve whatever we can negotiate. So, and Ms. Westover can add to this, but it's my view that Section 1 would be inappropriate for the Assembly to get involved in discussions with the bargaining units that we will have to go and negotiate with to resolve this issue and get agreements with, and to have those agreements, we'll be in negotiations. But Ms. Westover can follow up on that. Ms. Westover.
Through the chair, I would concur with the mayor, and that's based on my telephone discussions with Ken Ford that I've had since this meeting has started.
Thank you. Then, Madam Chair, a follow-up to that would be, because I do appreciate and understand and support the notion behind that section that we all sort of need to engage in some creative problem solving here, is there a way around that where we could keep the intent of that section intact but not create an unfair labor practice situation?
Mr. Gutierrez, the other thing, I know that wasn't addressed to the administration, but just to respond, my suggestion to council was to urge the Assembly to postpone action on this till later in the evening so that we'll have more time to discuss this and possibly have some of those discussions with you over the dinner hour. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Chairman, I'd actually intended to offer another amendment to this, but I think it's appropriate at this time then to propose that we postpone this until later in this meeting after council's had a chance to chew over this issue. I am in support of this resolution. I'm in support of its intent and its desired outcomes. I just want to make sure that the language is right, that we don't get ourselves in trouble here. So I'd like for council to have a chance to chew that over so that we're sure when we move forward we've got a product that we can stand behind and that our municipal attorneys won't have to stand behind in court.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Considering I have another 7 people in line to speak, I think it would be prudent to put this item off until later in the evening.
I've made the motion, so if there's a second.
Is there a second?
Okay, what was the motion?
Mr. Coffey?
On the motion, I don't have any particular problem with getting the language right, but it might behoove us to see what the other discussion is. So if we could identify any other problems, what would be unfortunate would be to continue it till later, then find out later that there were some other issues that needed attention. So if perhaps we could save that motion for a little further down the road when we see what everybody else has got to say.
I would agree with Mr. Coffey. I would agree. And Madam Chair, I will withdraw my motion. That kind of leads me to the second point that I wanted to make. I'd like to propose an amendment to line 22 on page 2. Given the discussion that we all need to be involved and that we're trying to take a comprehensive approach to this, I'd like to propose that that line read, Chief Financial Officer is requested in conjunction with the Assembly Budget and Finance Committee to identify opportunities to reduce.
With the Assembly Budget and Finance
In conjunction with the Assembly Budget and Finance Committee. That's my motion, if I could have a second.
Okay, any
I think that this is how we went about the process in the first place in going through the budget. The Budget and Finance Committee worked very hard with the administration to identify areas where we could make reductions. And since we really do all need to work in conjunction and cooperation on this, I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. I think this is prudent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I still have 7 people on the original comment, and now we've got an amendment in the middle of it. Ms. Osiander?
To the amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
I had a question about that section, too. However, my recommendation was, instead of saying Chief Financial Officer, instead say the mayor is requested to identify opportunities to reduce wages and other expenses. Because typically a budget is presented to us to react to.
The administration will second Ms. Osiander's proposed.
You like that, do you, Mr. Blank?
The administration will second Ms. Osiander's second proposed amendment.
Are you amending my amendment to keep?
I was going to suggest that as an alternative, Mr. Gutierrez.
Well, the administration has seconded. Otherwise, I would second it myself. I think that's prudent.
All right. There's an amendment to the amendment. The amendment now reads, the mayor is requested. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could clarify.
Yes.
All I was doing was asking a question because I wanted to clarify Mr. Gutierrez's intent. It appears that he is supportive, so I'm going to ask if he would be amenable to substituting my motion for his.
I will do so.
So there's a motion to substitute.
Is that what it is?
So my amendment would read, Mayor is requested in conjunction with the Assembly Budget and Finance Committee to identify opportunities to reduce on line 22 of page 2.
I can't.
Yeah, that's been moved and seconded. Any objections to incorporating?
Have a brief discussion.
Mr. Coffey.
Yeah. I obviously, the Budget and Finance Committee should be involved in this. What I don't want is for that to preclude others of us from being engaged in a process as well of identifying and so forth. So if it is the intent of the maker to have it exclusive with the Budget and Finance Committee, then I would be opposed. If it is in addition to any other work that all of us are going to have to do across the board here, then I don't have any particular problem with it. So if I could hear that.
Madam Chair, if I could respond.
Just a minute, Ms. Gray Jackson wants to. This is getting rather confusing. I almost want to pull everybody off the speaker list since we're now discussing an amendment, and I still have 7 people wishing to speak on the original motion.
Madam Chair, I'll be really, really
quick.
quick.
Go ahead, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Okay. The Assembly Budget and Finance Committee has historically been a committee of the whole. This is the first time that I can remember that it's just 3 members. But that does not preclude any other members from participating, by no means, at all. And I understand where the rest of the body is coming from, and I want the rest of the body to participate in this exercise, I'll call it, because it's important that we're all involved. But out of respect for what we put in place as one of our committees, I agree with Mr. Gutierrez's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on the amendment?
Just to respond to Mr. Coffey, that it is not my intent that it be exclusive with the Budget and Finance Committee, because clearly, as is intended by section 1 of this resolution, we all need to be involved.
Okay. I'm going to restate. Yeah. I'm going to restate section 3 with amendments. The mayor, section 3, the mayor is requested in conjunction with the Assembly Budget and Finance Committee to identify opportunities. Okay. Any objection to this amendment? Seeing no objection, there is an objection. Okay. Then let's take a vote.
There's a comment, I think.
It is a comment, and that my suggestion was to do the mayor, and then Mr. Gutierrez put the committee back in. The budget is prepared by the administration. Then our committee and our assembly reacts to it. The way the motion reads now, our committee is going to help the mayor prepare the budget. And so far, I didn't know it worked that way. Would you be amenable to just doing the motion as I suggested, to say just the mayor will identify?
No, I would not. I think it's very important that the committee be involved.
Okay,
that's how it worked in November when we prepared the budget for 2009.
Okay, I'm not going to be supportive. Thank you.
Okay. Please vote. A yes vote is to accept the amendment as made in combination, Ms. Osiander and Mr. Gutierrez. Okay, Mr. Birch?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Dr. Selcraig? On the motion to amend?
No.
Ms. Osiander? Mr. Flynn? No. Ms. Johnston?
No.
Mr. Coffey?
No.
Mr. Starr?
No.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Birch?
No.
Ms. Drummond?
No. That item fails. Next item. Next is there are still several people in line to comment on this laid on the table item. Mr. Starr?
Yeah, I'm going to be supportive of the main item here, and I would like to be listed as a sponsor. I appreciate the cooperative dialogue that was sort of the tone of how it was presented, and I do value the opinions of others, including the Budget and Finance Committee here, but what I see is the need to jump right into a work session mode and sort of put a sense of urgency to the issue. When I called Acting Mayor Klayman and spoke to him about several topics, one of them was how he was going to include us. He didn't answer it necessarily what I wanted to hear, but what he did say was, we're bringing it early and fast so that we have every opportunity to correct our finances given the biggest length of time, which is 11 months of 09 remains. We have a chance to sort of salvage ourselves, and I appreciated that response. But I think we need to get together and get going on this from a well-led work session that encompasses the entire body. And I'll still say I'm a little bit wounded may be the answer or not, but I had a lot of conservative speak and a lot of cautious speak, a lot of amendments, and I'll vent a little now in trying to get it out of my system. Hand-wringing, not progressive for this city, all the things that went around the budget speak as well as the labor contract speak, and I was offended by that because I didn't feel well heard and I felt put back because I was not there. So if we can set aside all of that, I have some good ideas, and I think they were good ideas then, and I think they're good ideas now, knowing that we have a gap in revenue versus spending. The cautious speak and the conservative speak is where I come from. It represents my constituent body. I think the issue that my colleague here raised on collective bargaining is very important because I viewed this as a means to sort of bring to the table a cooperative spirit. As I read the municipal code, and I do that often and perhaps to a detriment, municipal code has a section D under collective bargaining that indicates that we'll instruct the administration on how to bargain under terms with a directive resolution from this body. And what I see perplexing is that they used the resolution that was somewhere 2 years old perhaps to establish budget spending and labor negotiation terms, and now we have a deficit. So what I'm questioning is, I guess through the chair to the acting mayor, is are we formally entering collective bargaining and have you already? And if that's the case, what's your directive from us and what terms are you using for your negotiation? Mr.
Klayman.
Mr. Sarf, you could please repeat the question.
In our municipal code, section D under collective bargaining specifies that you'll negotiate under an assembly directive, a resolution from this body directing you on how to negotiate and what terms to negotiate under. My point was we're using one that's over 2 years old. It's now got us into a deficit spending arrangement. The labor contracts need to be revisited. What's your basis for direction from us that you're going to use for opening collective bargaining?
Well, Mr. Starr, your first premise that the resolution approved by the Assembly and followed by the administration in negotiations got us into the situation where we are today, I don't agree with that analysis. So the premise that you start your question, I think the Assembly passed a resolution, the administration followed it, and followed it in good faith. I think the biggest issue on that is whether it was appropriate to use a 5-year rolling average for cost of living adjustments. And it's pretty predictable that when the cost of living adjustments are going up, it's nice to use a rolling 5-year average. Mr. Starr, I'll get to your answer. A rolling 5-year cost of living adjustment is great, and suddenly you have a very low cost of living adjustment, and so that worries people. I can understand that, but I think the Assembly was very well reasoned in using that approach. Where we proceed from today is using the same resolution because the Assembly has not come up with another resolution that gives direction. The Assembly certainly has the authority and the ability to sit down and try to craft another resolution if it wishes to that would give direction in terms of our negotiations. You run into a problem now today in terms of another resolution, which is, does it interfere with the collective bargaining process? Our advice from Council previously, and I believe it was sound advice, is that the Assembly can't pass a resolution like that if we are engaged in negotiations with any of the bargaining units. My prediction is between now and the time that the Assembly meets again and would be able to consider such a resolution is that we will be engaged in negotiations, and so you won't have the opportunity to put another resolution like that forward that may address those concerns. So at this point, what we do is we follow the instructions that the Assembly previously gave us in terms of the minimums that the Assembly wants, and then we look at the economic situation and sit down with the unions and negotiate hard.
Well, I appreciate the answer, but I did go to the financial release of information at your press conference, and I, like Ms. Osiander, didn't hear where $17 million is going to be negotiated. What I heard from the CFO was that it's required to go back and get concessions from the labor union. So, and I guess the question now specifically is, have you opened collective bargaining, and are we in collective bargaining with the labor unions?
We have already initiated discussions. I would anticipate in less than 15 days we will be in negotiations with one or more collective bargaining units.
Okay, and the reason for that is, of course, as you identify, is that we as Assembly members have no right to contact those folks as it relates to items that may be open for bargaining negotiations. So I'm concerned as who those people are, where we go from here, and how we become engaged as this group. And I'm not going to put caution to the wind here, but it seems awfully premature to run down that path when the opportunity to have a resolution such as this with more cooperative table speak and not formal collective bargaining, because as we were cautioned in the collective bargaining procedure, if we can't come to a single foremost agreement in writing and this body ratifies it, then we have arbitration. That's our formal speak. So if we're going to go down that path, an opportunity to have a less formal collective bargaining opportunity with perhaps this body deciding isn't a resolution of directive for you more appropriate, I would urge some caution in how quickly you enter collective bargaining.
Well, Mr. Starr, I appreciate the caution you are articulating. The challenge is, as you correctly articulate, there are benefits in terms of addressing this budget issue that we have as much time in a 12-month cycle as possible to have the impacts of any changes reflected in the budget. And if we wait for some period of time for the Assembly to pass a resolution, we're losing time in terms of what we can negotiate with the unions.
I'm good with that.
So my perspective is that I think the first priority is this municipality's finances. We have to address these issues as intelligently and carefully as possible, but we also need to move forward as rapidly as possible with all options on the table. And so, given those considerations, we're moving forward.
Well, and again, the question is specifically, are you in collective bargaining now?
Mr. Starr, I've answered that question. We are in discussions with the unions. We met with at least 2 unions today. We'll be meeting with more unions during the balance of the week. I fully anticipate within 15 days or less we will be in bargaining with at least one or more of those bargaining units.
Okay, and then you'll follow the requirements to notify this body and then give us periodic updates as that works. But it does have a tone to exclude this body. So I appreciate your interest to hurry up, but then we go through the process of ratifying and debating and all the other things that do that when you open up the entire group. So again, another question is, you're going to tell us when you formally entered collective bargaining.
Well, I know there's our recommendation to the Assembly, although it hasn't been followed by the Assembly. Our recommendation was to postpone action on this item at least until after the dinner hour. One of the discussions that we have had is the option of scheduling an executive session with the Assembly and Council and my office to advise of what our basic negotiating strategy will be so that you're advised. But that executive session, as I currently understand, would need to take place before we actually sit down at formal negotiations with any of the bargaining units, because if we did that afterwards, then again we run into the issue of unfair labor practice, a potential Unfair Labor Practices Act. So we are very receptive to scheduling such an executive session before formal negotiations begin, and we'll certainly work to try to schedule that. But I also think we have to move forward with our negotiations as soon as reasonably possible.
That's good. I just would like to be notified when you do that. And the comment about being able to negotiate at dinner break, you guys get to do that. We don't do that. We stand aside. Business isn't discussed as an assembly body. So cooperatively and collectively as this unit, this is how we do businesses out front in public. So we don't have the opportunity to speak about a strategy to move or put this off. Once we go to dinner break, we do dinner and come back and continue our debate. So I guess I'm fine with that. I have a few more comments to speak about.
Okay, I just want to respond to, when I made the comment about the dinner break, it was not, we have many times on this, when I was on the Assembly and already in the period since I've been acting mayor, we will take breaks not for purposes of negotiate over terms, but a lot of times we get additional information that helps move the discussion along that we don't have when we're sitting here right now, and that was the purpose of the recommendation to postpone, but that wasn't the Assembly's choice, so we're happy to discuss it now. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think everyone's seen me walking around. One of the suggestions in response to Mr. Starr's discussion with Mr. Klayman was that we would do something like this. We would, before formal bargaining takes place between the administration and the unions, that we would meet with the unions in a work session or in some fashion with the idea of having a resolution expressing the intent of this body as to the criteria for such discussions to replace the 2-year-old one. And then once that's in place, that the mayor would then have some direction from this body as to the things we'd like them to consider in formal negotiations. To do that, we have February 3rd or a special meeting earlier than that to do that. My other comment relative to that is that we have until roughly April 20th, which is roughly 3 months, within which to address these issues before we set the mill rate. One of the reasons we brought this resolution forth tonight was so that we could start the discussions about how we're going to do this and in plenty of time to do it. So I don't believe we're under a great time constraint, provided that we act expeditiously. So if the body would want to do that and have a new direction to the administration, I believe there's time to do it, and that would resolve your question and it would resolve the issue of the Assembly being engaged in negotiations. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I think I made my point as far as the Budget and Finance Committee being mentioned in this resolution, and I do understand that this is an issue that needs to be dealt with the entire body, and I have no problem with that, and I look forward to working with all of you to see how we can work with the administration to fix this situation. But we need to get Section 1 fixed now, because I don't want to see us in a situation that we will regret later. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Forgive me, Madam Chairman, I didn't realize I was in the queue.
Okay. Dr. Selcraig.
I was just provided by counsel a description of our collective bargaining requirements, and there is a statement that says the Assembly shall set general labor relation policies and directions for contract negotiations. And I actually think that number 1, when we talk about a framework, I think that that's basically what that framework is talking about. So I think we could revise number 1 to say representatives of each bargaining unit, representatives of each bargaining unit representing municipal employees are requested to engage in dialogue regarding labor relation policies and directions of contract negotiations. In other words, we're not talking about the content of the amounts, but we're talking about a framework, and it allows us, the Assembly, actually some face time.
Dr. Selcraig, that sounded like an amendment. Could you?
Yes, I move that we strike the on Section 3, line 15. We strike
Section 1.
I'm sorry, Section 1, line 15. We strike after a dialogue with the Assembly. We strike to establish a framework, and replace it with to set general labor relation policies and directions for contract negotiation.
Okay. Dr. Selcraig, please do that again.
Okay,
Please
we want to strike
read the entire sentence.
I can provide it.
If you would.
Okay, the sentence would read, representatives of each bargaining unit representing municipal employees are requested to engage in dialogue with the Assembly. to set general labor relation policies and directions for contract negotiations. And the reason I think this is valuable is because I think that a lot of the issues before us, we've got four recent contracts, but the fact is that we're talking about unrealized losses right now. There's a lot of kind of words out there about loss and about where we're at, and I think it would give not only this body an opportunity to talk to the unions, but also the unions an opportunity to talk to us in terms of how we're going to establish a framework. The other thing that I think is important is that we recognize that there are a broad menu of ways to balance our budget and that we not just stay focused on one area. Finally, I'd like to make a comment to Ms. Jackson. In our deliberations tonight, we have a ordinance or a resolution before us to actually already position you to play an active role in this in terms of the monthly reports that will become before you, and I would imagine that meeting in coordination with this document could be a regular opportunity for you to play an active role in advising and updating us regarding the opportunities for balancing the budget.
Right. Madam Chair, can I respond to
just
Dr.
a minute?
Selkirk's
Just a minute.
comment?
There's an amendment on the floor which the clerk and I still haven't gotten straight. Dr. Selkirk, do you have it in writing, please?
Make a comment.
Madam Chair, while we're figuring this out, can I please make a really quick comment?
You were first. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to say to Dr. Selkirk that I really appreciate her comments. But when I talk about the Budget and Finance Committee, folks, it's not about me at all. It's about the Budget and Finance Committee. And I just had to make that point very clear. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I've been talking amongst us and to the administration. The only real issue now that's in front of us is the one relative to the unfair labor practices and an assembly resolution setting forth the standards that are found in Title III. So we need to get the language clear. Ms. Selkirk's language is an attempt to do that. Whether it does it or not, we need to sit down and have a brief discussion with the mayor. I think we're almost there. What I would think would be appropriate, and I would recommend that Mr. Guterres renew his motion to continue this matter till after the dinner break. We get the language, which Ms. Selkirk has started, absolutely clear, so it's not any confusion with the administration and the Department of Law, and then we can bring it back, pass this thing, and get on with our business. So thank you, Madam Chair, for that.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, point of order.
Just a moment, Mr. Guterres. We still have Dr. Selkirk's amendment on the floor, and I'd like to get that taken care of before we get further confused.
On the subject of the amendment?
Yes, sir. Well, I haven't read it to you yet. Hold on a minute.
Well, that's the point. As Mr. Coffey has suggested, I would like to renew my motion that we put this off until after the dinner break so that we can make sure we have the language right, and then we can move on this expeditiously with something we all know that we can stand behind and be proud of.
Second.
And I'm happy to do that, so I'd be glad to postpone it.
Okay. We'll just take this item up after the dinner break, before or after the legislative program, Mr. Flynn? After the legislative program. Okay. All right? Okay. Thank you. 9. Next item on the agenda. Is there any objection to moving that item after the dinner break? I don't see any objection. No. That item will be taken up after the legislative program. Item 9C1 in bid awards, Assembly Memorandum AM 43-2009, recommendation of award to EP Roofing for the Sullivan Arena roof replacement. A motion would be in order.
Move to approve.
And now I have a declaration.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. This is the roof replacement on the Sullivan Arena. I am a 1/6 owner of the Alaska Aces. The Alaska Aces have 36 regular season games, 2 exhibition games, and if history is any indication, we'll have playoff games again this year. That means the Alaska Aces are a substantial contributor to the financial health of the operation of the Sullivan Arena. This is to replace the roof on the arena. I have no financial interest in any of the companies, and I certainly don't have a financial interest in the Sullivan Arena, which is public property. The question is, do I have a private interest sufficient that would not permit me to put the public interest above the private interest, which I have, which is not having a leaky roof at the Sullivan? And I will note this. At Saturday night's game, they stopped the game 3 times because the roof is leaking and it dripped at center ice. And they stopped it, and the guys came out, and they cleared that up, and then they resumed the game. My belief is that the public interest is well established. We take care of our facilities. If I am determined not to have a conflict, my interest in the public interest will be to support this, because if we don't take care of our facilities, nobody would. I don't know if my private interest outweighs that. I don't think it does. I would do the same for any school or other public building. We've got to pay to keep them in good repair. So I don't know whether I have a conflict or not, but I wanted to disclose my interests as best I can. Madam Chair, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. I appreciate your disclosure. I don't think I'm going to rule that you don't have a substantial financial interest in that matter. So you may vote, or public or private interest. So you may vote on this issue. Any other comments on this bid award?
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Not to be too flippant, but I'm a season ticket holder for the Alaska Aces, but since you've ruled that Mr. Coffey doesn't have a conflict, I also have an interest in the roof not leaking on my head, but I think we're okay.
Any further comments?
The mayor wants to know whether this relationship between Mr. Coffey and Mr. Gutierrez
we don't sit anywhere near each other. No.
No, they're still several seats apart up here. Okay, that item is before us. Any objection to passing this item? Seeing none, that item passes unanimously. Next item that was pulled, 9E1. Information Memorandum AIM 4-2009, clerical corrections to AMEA Collective Bargaining Agreement, ratified by the Assembly on December 2nd, 2008. Ms. Osiander, you pulled this item.
I think I'm going to defer to Mr. Starr if he wants me to. Mr. Starr?
I think we need a motion. Motion to approve, please. Okay.
Move to approve.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. This is an information report. We don't need to vote.
All right, then, do you want to, or should I?
I don't want to move to accept it because that's part of my issue. So.
All right, then I'll move to accept it with some concern about its appropriate placement on the agenda, which I think Mr. Starr will speak to.
Second. Get it on the floor.
Okay. And I don't mind speaking to it. I won't support it as tendered for a couple different reasons. And we've talked about process and legalities and law and all the other things. And if I die tonight, put 3.70 A and B on my tombstone and call it thorough, because I've got this one memorized. The concept on corrections to labor contracts has to be pretty clear in this body, because we're getting away from it. We could almost say fast and loose or less involved, and those are derogatory statements. It goes into side agreements. It goes into other ways that we clarify, change, amend, provide data. So what I want to do is I want to get a precedence established that everybody sort of understands that makes sense to all. Municipal Code under 3.70.130 speaks to 2 types: contract amendments, modifications. It also speaks under B to administrative letters. Both are mechanisms to provide changes, clarifications, interpretations, yada, yada, to contracts. It doesn't say you can tender them through an Assembly information memorandum. That's my big issue with it so far. The other thing is the content of the AIM, even if I felt that it was okay to just notify us that we were making some changes to labor contracts through these things, is the severity of them. And we'll talk about more of this later on tonight. Several of the changes, lines 10 and 13 and 7, speak to, oops, we forgot a decimal point, or we really, meant to put a 24 and we put a 12. Those are fine. However, when you get down to line 39, it speaks to an item that's changing, basically step pay changes in pay grades, which has a fiscal ramification on the city. I have problems with the mechanism to get that approved. And so I'm not going to be supporting the AIM in its present form, nor am I going to urge that we support it. What I'd like to see is that it come back with these changes in proper forms. I will say on the agenda tonight there's other changes to labor contracts and agreements that are in proper form. The Ordinance 370-130 says shall come back in the form of a resolution or an ordinance, and this is neither. So I'm not going to support the acceptance of that, and hopefully the administration could retailor it.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Dr. Selcraig?
I have a question for the administration. How complex is it to bring these back in ordinance form? And is it your interpretation that Mr. Starr has just correctly described the municipal requirements?
Dr. Selcraig, Madam Chairman, it would come back in an AR if we brought it back differently. We'll bow to the discretion of the Assembly. We believe this is truly addressing a typographical error. The issue that Mr. Starr raised about the data in the appendix is correct. There is a flaw in the appendix. However, the contract, the language in the contract, which was ratified last month, does refer to an increase in salary for landscape architects. It was simply not properly reflected, in the appendix. So that's why we believe this constitutes a clerical mistake rather than a substantive change in the contract. That's the merits of it. That's why we're bringing forward other matters that we believe are substantive changes in the manner prescribed that as we're recommending the Assembly adopt later on in tonight's agenda in the form of Assembly resolutions with public hearings, et cetera.
May I ask Mr. Starr a question? Mr. Starr, are you aware that the contract itself actually has the increased pay? It reflects the correction, and that this is a correction in the appendix?
Well, there's several topics where a resolution and a formal discussion, we could have a conversation like this. An AIM, if you will, going back to the basic premise about the practical nature and how they're presenting the changes, is what I debate. You know, right now we're basically can assume that the AIM is accepted and therefore it is. The debate process, or the ability to change or to make an amendment, a resolution, you can do that. You know, there may be clarification languages or ordinances, and I believe municipal code says to do it in the form of a resolution or an ordinance for that particular reason. A public notification is required. It shows up on the agenda. It's also a document that we can modify. So I answer your question that way first. As process, to me, I'm much more comfortable with the two other ones in the process tonight under resolution and ordinance. The other summary of economic effects, if you will, is the landscapers change also has a fiscal, it's not just a decimal point or an amendment. It actually has a fiscal cost to the city. Over 5 years, it's about $150,000. That sort of stuff should be come out in resolution and ordinance. You would have that occur. So I'm all about practice. What do we do from here on out on getting clarifications to that? I'd like to defer to code.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr and Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would wholeheartedly concur with Mr. Starr. I think, we've had a lot of discussion around this issue, and unless there is some large, and I appreciate that the administration is being very conscientious in trying to resolve some of these issues and bring things forward in the manner prescribed in code, unless there is some serious negative harm to the municipality by not accepting this AIM and bringing it forward at some future date in the form of a resolution, I would definitely prefer that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I had Dr. Selcraig and then Ms. Osiander. Dr. Selcraig, did you have a comment? Were you still in line for a comment? Sorry. Ms. Osiander.
I'd like to move that we request the administration to bring this forth as a resolution.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
I don't know how to do that on the board, Madam Clerk.
Speak. Have a respectful request to speak. I believe that since this is an information report, I think simply requesting the administration to bring it back in the preferred form.
I just wanted to reflect the will of the entire assembly rather than me personally. And as
Oh,
such, that's why I
okay.
made it a motion.
I see. All right. You have a motion?
Well-
Do we have a motion? I can't tell. Okay. Mr. Coffey, was that a second?
Yes.
Mr.
No. Okay, I don't know where I am.
I think they're seconded. Mr. Starr seconded. I think they,
Okay, did you,
I want to speak, but I
Log
think
in
Mr.
here.
Starr seconded it. but
Tim,
Commissioner-
second.
okay, the motion is to request, the motion, I believe, was requesting the assembly to request of the mayor.
Administration- Well, I move.
Please restate your motion.
Thank you. I move that the administration be requested to bring this back to us as an AR. That was my motion, and I didn't know how to put it on the board because if I push the board, then I'm on the main motion.
Okay, is there a second for Ms. Osiander's motion?
Mr. Starr.
Mr. Starr, thank you. Any discussion?
I have some discussion.
Dr. Selcraig, go ahead.
I'm going to support this motion only because there's a financial impact. And I think it has a financial impact, and I think we want to keep track of these things. So I do think that we do need a format that for very small typographical things, we can use our standard letter. But it seems to me if there's any sort of financial impact, we probably ought to know it. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Klayman.
If you could hold off on voting for a couple of minutes, if you could stand down on action, I needed to confer with municipal council for just a moment before making my comment, but in light of the discussion that's going on, I need a clarification. If we could hold a minute.
Okay, I have Mr. Coffey and Ms. Johnston in the queue.
I asked Mr. Abbott in a break. The memorandum we got from Mr. Raskins indicates a cost differential between $141,000 and $146,000. It was handed out this evening. My understanding is the reason that happened was because Mr. Raskins made his cost calculations, as he always does, and for good reason, from the appendices, which are just very simple to do. He doesn't go in and read the 40 or 50 or 60-page contract. What happened here was inside the text of the contract, and assuming what the administration is telling me is correct, and I believe them, there was a provision that provided for landscape architects at this scale. And that, unfortunately, when they prepared the appendix, they neglected to put it in there. That means we have a binding contract with an error in the appendix. If it's an error in a binding contract and a document that's attached, then it's probably one of those things that can be done by a clerical correction, which is under code, by information memorandum, which we got. If it's not a clerical error, then we need to bring it up as the motion that Ms. Osiander said, as an AR, so we can pass on it. It's $5,000 difference. And that doesn't matter to me. I don't care if it was $50 difference. If there's financial, it ought to be. If it's the type of clerical error that Mr. Abbott described to me, folks, it's already in the contract. There you have it.
Okay, Ms. Johnston.
Can I respond to that? Because I think the point is that Mr. Coffey used a word that isn't part of the code, and I guess you talk about administrative information letters, not an allowable means to correct a contract. You do an administrative letter in Section B, which administrative letters speak is by resolution, or as in A specifies the contracts or amendments are tendered in the form of an ordinance. There is no other mechanism for bringing us clerical changes to the contracts other than what the code says.
I'm not sure that's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Klayman?
After consulting with council, we are comfortable with it coming back as an AR,
Okay, thank you.
as a resolution.
Then, have we then accepted it? Do we then just accept it? Okay, the motion on the floor is to request that the administration bring this back as a resolution? Is that right?
Actually, I think that to simplify things, we get the message that you want it brought back as a resolution, so I think the action that you would take as a body would be to not accept the information item. And then having not accepted the information item, we understand that our next step is to introduce it as a resolution. We get that message from the debate, and we can do that.
Well, if we're not accepting it, we can't just pass it.
You don't pass an information item, you either accept or reject.
All right.
So you cannot accept the information item. Or you can move to postpone indefinitely, and we'll bring it back as a resolution. Yes, Mr. Coffey, I see not. I would recommend, I will move to postpone indefinitely on behalf of the administration.
We have two motions on the floor.
No, he's moving to substitute a motion to postpone indefinitely for the motion to accept. There's a motion to substitute. Oh, that's right.
Ms. Osiander? Ms. Osiander, your motion is still valid but it sounds like there's no objection from the administration, or is there any objection from the body in requesting a resubmission in the form of a resolution? Seeing none, that passes.
I have one last comment on this, if I may.
Mr. Coffey.
Mr. Starr, I went and checked with the Department of Law. You can submit corrections of a clerical, typographical, date wrong to us by AIM. It's in Title III. And so if they misspelled somebody's name or they put 1907 when they meant 2007, they could fix it with an AIM. The question is it just clerical versus is it substantive? And if it's clerical, they can do it that way. If it's substantive, they need to bring an AR. Thank you.
Thank you. On the floor is the information memorandum for the Assembly to accept or reject. And we need to vote on that.
We're moving to postpone indefinitely. I'd like to move to postpone this item indefinitely.
The motion on the floor is to accept or reject the information memorandum.
Madam Clerk, point of order. I had made a motion before you got to that. I had made a motion to postpone indefinitely, and I think that's appropriate for the body to take up before you move on the motion to accept or reject. And I think the administration, we need a second, but I think you can act on that before you act on the underlying.
Motion to postpone indefinitely is on the floor. Okay. Any objection to postponing indefinitely? If there's no objection, is Mr. Birch still on the phone with us? Mr. Birch?
Mr. Birch?
If he's got you sense, you won't
I'm fine with postponing the yes vote. No objection.
Okay. I see no objections to postponement. Thank you. That item is postponed indefinitely. Next item, 9E4, Information Memorandum AIM 7-2009, request from Acting Mayor Matt Clayman. Mr. Starr pulled that item for discussion.
Move to accept.
Second. Item been moved and seconded. Mr. Starr?
Well, again, I won't be supporting the action to accept this mechanism, and I for a couple different reasons. It relates primarily to what we've been sort of debating all and on without really discussing it head on, which is the issue of the side agreements as they are. There's one factor of the side agreements that's addressed through this AIM, but I don't get to hear from the maker necessarily of the study that's attached to it unless we specifically ask him to come up. And I spoke to Mr. Eskams today, and he was kind of surprised that the study was being introduced this way. In fact, I'll let you speak with him if he says that he was informed that it was being entered this way by me today. I guess, I took a lot of heat over bringing the side agreements to the table, and we're in the thick of them on what's good process and what's not. And I would rather have a debate that allows us to discuss all the ramifications of the side agreements, including what's been brought up as not only the legal, which is addressed through this manner, but is the request to have our municipal attorney the right person. There's also the question of where do we handle the financial question of the side agreements. To some and myself, that's as important as others as to what's the ramifications of the side agreements. Other questions that relate to the side agreements about what about the side agreements that didn't get integrated into labor contracts that we recently negotiated. There's others out there. Are they null and void? I guess I don't want to have this informational report come to us this way I'd rather have a debate about the whole topic of side agreements as opposed to the request for municipal oversight. If, Mr. Clayman, as acting mayor, wants to go to his law resources and get an opinion, that's great. But I think there's other issues that I'd rather have discussed, and I'd like to have Pete up to the microphone under an organized meeting and do it. So I won't be supporting accepting this. I'd like it to come back a different way.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I have Mr. Gutierrez in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm scratching my head a little bit as to why this came to us this way at all. It's in response to Mr. Starr's concern. It's I think the intent to have that full discussion and debate at the audit committee, and then bring it to this body as a whole. If there are any recommendations or recommended ordinance changes that come out of the audit committee, then we will do so. I'm perplexed. I don't know that there was any need for the administration to bring this forward this way. Not that there's any harm in doing so, and I appreciate them making the report available now that it is complete. So it's my intention to have this debate at the audit committee level and then bring it back to the Assembly once we have some recommendations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't have a problem with you taking it up in the audit committee. Ms. Johnston?
I have to take a little bit of wet noodles over here. I actually asked the mayor to put this on the agenda because this report and this information has never been officially brought to us as a body. And I felt that we were long overdue for that. I feel that we do need a debate on it. We do have a number of ordinances that are on the agenda tonight addressing this situation, and I felt that this should be included in that discussion. I might have made a mistake in my request, but I just felt that the report was never fully made public, and that was what I was asking for.
Okay, I have Mr. Starr in the queue. You've already spoken.
I do. I concur a little bit with the logic. However, and I guess Mr. Clayman, as acting mayor, go back to when you were chairman of the Assembly. I sent you a request to formally put it on the agenda, and I copied the clerk, and it never made the agenda, never heard back from you. I did that as chairman of the audit committee since I've been removed as chairman of the audit committee, but why didn't you acknowledge the request from me as chairman of the audit committee to put it on as a formal item and let Pete speak to it?
Mr. Starr, thank you for that question. The question about what to do with Mr. Raskin's report, as I believe I discussed with you, and we didn't see eye to eye on it when we discussed it, was that the next step was to get an opinion from the municipal attorney. I know that Mr. Coffey had made a request that we ask an opinion from the municipal attorney at an earlier stage, and I wrote him back by email. And I advised Mr. Coffey that I believed it was an appropriate thing to request of the municipal attorney, but it was not an appropriate time to do it until after Mr. Raskins had completed his report. Ms. Johnston did contact me about getting this report submitted to the Assembly as an AIM, and in response to that request, I thought it was reasonable to provide it to the Assembly. I was also cognizant of Mr. Coffey's view that there should be a legal opinion. I recognize that opinions may differ on who is the best attorney to ask for this, but I believe, after hearing those differing views and consulting with, at the time, Assembly Council when I was chair of the Assembly, and then subsequently consulting with the municipal attorney since I have become acting mayor, I concluded that the appropriate thing was to ask an opinion of the municipal attorney as to the legal implications of basically the legal analysis of what Mr. Raskins has reported. And so what you see is the AIM, which identifies the fact that I am asking the Municipal Audit Committee to meet all 6 members and identify appropriate questions for the municipal attorney to answer, and then the body will have that opinion. And that's the process that I took. And I think that's responsive to your request, and it may not be in the timeline that you had imagined or believed was in your mind appropriate, but after consulting with counsel and looking at all the issues, that was the conclusion I reached, and I followed through on that. I'd also note that I followed through on the request from multiple members of the Assembly that this not be an issue that go away and that it be addressed in an appropriate manner. And I believe this is a very, very appropriate and reasonable, sound, and sensible way to go forward.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Could respond back, I guess, but if I didn't have the floor, I guess that's...
No, yeah, he has the floor.
What I didn't get back was a response as to why you didn't put additional resources to evaluate the financial ramifications. One of the responses was that most of the side agreements had been implemented or integrated into labor contracts that we approved, but there are outstanding side agreements that are sort of in a gray area now. Given the situation of the financial health of the city, why isn't your directive in as well to put financial resources to evaluate some of the cost of these side agreements? If you're concerned about the legal, why wouldn't you be concerned about the fiscal?
Mr. Starr, two parts. First is that I believe after the contracts that were approved, there were 7 contracts approved in 2008, and after all 8 had been approved, I believe as we sit here today, there are no outstanding side agreements. Either the side agreements were incorporated in the new contract or those side agreements were no longer, or basically they're gone. They're either in the contract or they're not. And so the suggestion that there are still side agreements sitting out there, you're just plain wrong on the facts from my understanding. The second question is why did we not commit financial analysis first rather than legal analysis first? And again, relying on counsel's advice, and I agreed with it, is that the first question is what are the remedies? And if there are, depending on the legal remedies drive the question about the financial analysis. The financial analysis does not drive the legal analysis, so we need to get the legal analysis about what remedies are available, and in light of that legal analysis, then we ask for a financial opinion after that.
Okay. Mr. Coffey. You had a comment?
Yes, thank you. Just for the record, and then we need to move on this. I asked Mr. Klayman when he was chairman for a formal legal opinion in October 31 of this last year. And I asked at the same time for information regarding funding. On November 7th, he told me he wanted to wait till Mr. Raskin's report was done. That was done about the first week in December, and we're now the 20th of January. My understanding further is 2 things. Number one, everything that was a side agreement, as we've been calling them, has either been abandoned or is incorporated into the new contracts. And so there are no more side agreements. That's number one. Number 2, we have a resolution and 2 ordinances before us tonight, 11C, 14D, 14E. I do not believe there are any remedies in existing codes, so the legal analysis as to remedies will be, that will be, I think, an exercise in futility. There will be proposed remedies in the new ordinances. I think this matter should have been fleshed out far long ago. The mayor is free, obviously, to ask his attorney for any information he wants to have. I can't object to him making that request. I only can state that I think it's moot, which means it's not necessary now, and I can only express my concern that we didn't have it earlier because it might have been appropriate to know when we were talking about the labor agreements. But we didn't have it then, and that's history now. So I would just soon move on to other things. Thank you.
All right. The item before us is to accept the information memorandum. I note on the page 2 of the information memorandum in the mayor's letter to Mr. Gutierrez and Mr. Reeves that he is asking the Municipal Audit Committee to meet and identify appropriate questions in light of this report. Does the chair of the Audit Committee wish to take up this item in your next Audit Committee meeting? Okay. Then is there any objection to accepting this report and having the Audit Committee take it up? Okay, seeing none, that item is accepted. We're at the end of the consent agenda, and I apologize for neglecting to introduce several Boy Scouts who are in the audience. From appears to be Troop 214. Would you like to come up to the podium and introduce yourselves? You've been waiting very patiently for this discussion for the last couple of hours. Please come up, and then you're free to go. Is the scout master, is the troop master here? Or
No.
okay. Go ahead. Just tell us your name and what part of town you're from.
I'm Zach Minster, and I live in Golden View Park.
And what badge are you working on?
Citizenship in the community.
Very good. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Corey Jensen, and I'm also working on citizenship and community.
Okay, very good. Thank you for coming. Pull the microphone down. There you go.
I'm Reese Carew, and I'm also working on the citizenship in the community.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time for our dinner break, and we'll be back in half an hour and take up public hearings at that point.
Chris?
Into order. Mr. Birch is not going to be with us for a bit. He will call in a little while and rejoin us. In the meantime, he is an absent vote. Mr. Flynn, I believe we are going to take up, let's see.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
The legislative item, Resolution AR 2009-16, a resolution adopting the 2009 legislative program for the municipality of Anchorage, accompanied by AR 2009-19.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to approve this big pink thing that should be on your desk in front of you.
Second.
Okay, that item is moved and seconded. Mr. Flynn, want to talk to us about it?
I'll do real quick because I know we have some amendments to do, and I know we'll need to wrap up. Just that I think members had a chance to look through this at the break. I believe, based on a cursory inspection, that all of the amendments contained in the blue pages and that people offered to me at the Friday committee hearing are included. We have a couple of clerical errors I've spotted, but other than that, I think we're good to go. And with that, I would open the floor to any further amendments before final approval.
Okay, I have Mr. Coffey in the queue and then Ms. Osiander.
Better skip the copy for now.
Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
I've passed out 2 amendments, actually 4 amendments. I'm only going to make 3 of them.
Okay, hold on a second. Let us find these, please.
I did that before the meeting started. They're rather wordy.
Okay. Right, go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
All right, I'd like to move the first one. It's right of first refusal for mobile home parks.
Second.
If I could explain it. Both of these amendments, 1 and 2, came out of the Title 21 committee discussions. One of the concerns that the committee has had for a while is how to deal with low-income housing. We spent a lot of time talking about mobile home parks. We also spent a lot of time talking with the homeless, I don't know if it's committee or task force, the homeless committee task force. They had a subsection on mobile home parks and actively spent about 2 years trying to find ways that mobile home owners could actually condominiumize, I think that's the right word, a park so that they could own the little bit of land underneath their mobile home. We're losing these throughout the municipality as land becomes more valuable. Owners of property are selling them and other developments are occurring. And so people who've lived there for many, many years are left with no option. This was really brought vividly home to me when a mobile home park right behind the Eagle River Shopping Center was shut down because it was sold, and people could not find a place to move their mobile home. A lot of them had to either walk away or move out of the municipality. So anyway, this is a suggestion that actually came from that task force, the homeless task force, and it is following 14 other states who allow residents in mobile home parks who own their mobile homes to have the opportunity to bid for or match a bid for a property that comes in, for a counteroffer that comes in to the owner of the property to purchase it or lease it. This actually also did occur in Eagle River, where the residents did match an offer, but were too late, and so were not given the opportunity to purchase. There are many ways this can be done. The Department of Neighborhoods has a whole reference book that illustrates what's happened in other states. But hopefully if we approve this, we can get the legislators to start talking about it, because it would require a state law change.
Okay, and I'm assuming this is in the issue section at the front of this
That's where
legislative program?
I would advise it go, yes, in legislation, the first tab.
Okay, any additional comments? Mr. Coffey, you're next. Did you want to speak on the, okay, I have Mr. Coffey, Mr. Gutierrez, and Ms. Selkirk. Are we on the right? Hold on a second. Okay, on the amendment. We have an amendment on the floor, Ms. Osiander's amendment. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Selkirk.
I had some questions. Ms. Osiander, you have more background on this than I do, and since it's just laid on the table, I have a few questions. One is it currently, is there in this situation, say a developer came to a mobile home, and let's say it's East Anchorage, and this would apply where people actually currently own their own site, right?
They currently own their own mobile home.
Okay. In other words, they're leasing or renting, and so if a person wanted to come and develop that property in another way, in a way, this would be an obstacle to that intent.
It would make it more difficult for the owner of a mobile home park to sell their property because it would require another step.
So in a way, what it is it's a tool to support mobile home parks as a venue for low-income housing or for affordable housing.
It's basically designed to be a venue to allow people who live in and own their own mobile homes to have another recourse rather than having to leave them.
And the reason you're bringing this forward is because there is no other alternative at this time for people, affordable alternative.
And this was a recommendation from the Homeless Task Force.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez on this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to wholeheartedly support this amendment. I think this is a terrific idea. I don't know, Ms. Osiander, if our legislators will necessarily agree, but I agree with you. I think this is a tremendous idea. This is, when I was a legislative aide, I worked for Senator Johnny Ellis, and he worked on this issue and tried to give people in mobile home parks some time when their park was sold before they had to move out. And oftentimes these people in these circumstances are simply trapped by their circumstance. They own their home, but they don't own the ground that it sits on. And many of these structures are too old to move, and they just become trapped by their circumstances. And I think this is a great idea, and so I support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and Mr. Coffey on this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke with Ms. Osiander a couple of days ago about this amendment, and private property rights are, of course, important in our community and our society. There are already restrictions in place on mobile homes. You can't have people have to move out of a mobile home park at any time during the winter months. I forget, October to April is about what I believe it is. There are other restrictions, like you've got to give a certain level of relocation compensation. The problem is that the park will not accept mobile homes that are of a certain age. There's no location for them to move from. So they, in essence, lose their homes, or they move them to Palmer or some other place where land values are less. I'm always sort of reluctant to impose yet one more burden on private property, but absent some other method of which I am not aware, we basically uproot people every time a mobile home park is sold and give them very little options. They get $2,500 to relocate, or some developers are more civic-minded, have given $5,000 to relocate, and that's a huge help, but it doesn't ameliorate the problem. If there were an ordinance such as the one Ms. Osiander is proposing, and I mean a statute such as she is proposing, it would certainly be an impediment on sales. There's no question of that. But sales take a long time to put together in any event. And if the people who live there are able to cooperatively get together, raise sufficient money to pay the same price, then all we're doing is asking that a sale be delayed for a relatively short period of time. If they can't do it, then the sale can go through. And that burden, to me, you know how I always go, we got to balance. And to me, the burden imposed is not out of balance with the benefit conferred upon the lower income homeowners. So I will support Ms. Osiander's amendment. Thank you.
Dr. Selkirk.
I don't want to put Ms. Gore on the spot, but I'm wondering if you have any comments. This is a field you're knowledgeable in. Just because you happen to be here, and I wondered if you might have a comment in terms of this, our deliberations.
Sure. Through the chair, we would wholeheartedly support this. I believe technically it would be called a cooperative.
Sorry,
and it would allow the... I'm sorry.
Name and organization.
I'm sorry. I'm Carol Gore. I'm president and CEO of Cook Inlet Housing Authority.
Thank you.
We're wholeheartedly in support of Ms. Osiander's recommendation. It's a great tool that allows those that already live as residents in a park to join together and basically own the land as if it's a condominium. So it's in common ownership, and it's a well-practiced model in the lower 48 that really works. I think it's a great tool for the city to have in their box, and it's something that it delays maybe the sale of a property, but it doesn't delay it long enough that it would completely stop a redevelopment if that's really what is going to happen in the end. But it gives the residents an opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any other comments on this amendment? Okay, we have an amendment on the floor. Okay, Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Line 4 is meant to be whereby, is that right? Development whereby tenants, not thereby. That's just a...
Yes.
Okay, and then, Ms. Osiander, I'm sorry. When we discussed this last week, whenever it was, my understanding was if I'm owner of a mobile home park and I go to sell it, then I have to say I've got an offer for $1 million, and you 100 tenants can buy it, but you got to come up with $1 million. What this proposal says, as I reread it, is that one tenant could buy one parcel, one lot, and then and 99 others would not be able to do that, or wouldn't elect not to do it, and all of a sudden the guy can't sell his property because there's one guy in the middle of the deal who's holding it up because he wants to buy his one parcel. I understand the need for the collective purchase of the entirety, and I viewed it as a right of first refusal on sale, not as a right to buy the whole of it, not just pieces of it, because that's too much for me. And if that's what you intend is pieces, then I've got to change my earlier commitment to this. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
After I had that conversation with Mr. Coffey, he was asking me questions like, well, how long would they be able to say that they wanted it? And at what point would people have to be notified? So I had a conversation with Corinna McNeil. Oh, I said that right, McNeil, from Department of Neighborhoods, and she gave me information that led me to believe there's a whole gamut of ways this could be developed. There are 14 states, as I said, that have a process in place. She basically wrote this language that's in front of you as her summary of those different approaches. I read this as differently than Mr. Coffey. When she gave it to me, I read it that you would need all of them because no one owner of a mobile home could come up with enough money to match the purchase price of a whole lot. So if that is unclear, I'm amenable to changing it. As I said, the intent was for this language to be flexible enough to give the state different ways to deal with the problem as they went further.
Madam Chair, if I might.
Okay, Mr. Flynn, go ahead.
Just a gentle reminder to my colleagues, as I pointed out on Friday, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. This is a policy statement by this body to be taken up by the legislature. I can assure you that they will thresh through these details and more should they choose to take it up. And specific language that we have in this request will not affect that deliberative process.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
And Dr. Selcraig.
This distinction is really important, and so I think that probably with just a teeny bit of a tweaking here.
It will allow me the luxury of massaging the final language in the final draft before it goes to the legislature. I assure you we will address your question.
Reflecting the intent. That's fine. Thank you.
I'm happy with Mr. Flynn massaging.
Yes.
Any further comments on this
Seat
amendment?
mates to the death.
Any objection to the amendment? Seeing no objection, that amendment is accepted and incorporated with massaging by Mr. Flynn. I don't know how that goes into the minutes.
That's going into my book, Madam Chair.
Any additional amendments to the legislative program?
My second amendment
Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
is to amend the Horizontal Regime Act by requiring a reserve account.
A second would be in order? Second. Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
This one also came from discussions in the Title 21 committee. We all shared stories about condominium developments, site condo developments, where they've suddenly discovered that they have to upgrade the septic system or they have to improve the water line coming in. And in the course of that discussion, a regular attendee at our committee meeting said, well, Hawaii has a great ordinance that requires extensive reserve accounts for site condos and condominiums so that the money is built up and it's required to be there so individual owners aren't all of a sudden hit with an immense bill when there's a major infrastructure upgrade. So we looked at doing something in Title 21 and we discovered that actually this is all state statute. And the statute that governs this is the Horizontal Regime Act, and I went back and read it this morning again. It doesn't preclude it. Mr. Coffey pointed out that in many condominiums they already have this, but it does not require it. Currently, the language just says that if there's a major cost, it's shared between all owners, but it does not require for a reserve account to be set aside. And it's the view of the Title 21 committee that this would be helpful for the city.
I plan to support this. I'm just really appreciative that Ms. Osiander brought it forward. It's a big issue in my district, in Mr. Gutierrez's district, and thanks. I'm going to vote for it, and thanks for doing the work to sort it out.
Sorry, any other comments on this amendment? Any objection to incorporating this amendment? Seeing none, that amendment is incorporated into the legislative program. Additional amendments?
One more.
Okay, Ms. Osiander, the clerk has requested that you use the puncher buttons on your screen for first motion.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And a second? Who was the second? Okay.
Second.
Thank you. The item number 3. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
All right. I move to delete the $1 million request for the downtown library. I'd like to speak to it if I could get a second. Second. Thank you.
Go ahead.
As you recall, I spent a lot of time talking about libraries in the budget discussion that we recently went through. My main concern is finishing what we've started and what we've told voters in this city that we would do. Currently, my understanding is, even with the passage of last year's library bond, we do not yet have sufficient money to finish the Lusac Library project. We do not have sufficient money to finish the Mountain View Library project, and we do not have sufficient money to finish the Chugiak Eagle River Library project. If you look at this book and you count up the requests for libraries, there's almost $4 million in requests for libraries in this book. Basically, my plea to you, to the city, is let's finish what we're doing before we start something else. So I urge deletion of the downtown library. It is under, pardon me?
Section 6, item 5, or page 5.
I'll be happy to support the downtown library once we get all the other things done.
Okay. Mr. Flynn, on this amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Osiander, for bringing this forward. I certainly don't diminish the importance of finishing the projects we've already started. I would simply note that there is an opportunity to capitalize on significant private donations to reestablish a downtown library for the first time since I think I was a preteen, a tween, whatever they call it nowadays, and that this is part of that. And that I have done my level best in concert with my colleague, my fellow co-chair, Mr. Coffey, and the administration to provide a balanced program that respects the requests of all parts of the city. And from that standpoint, would appreciate my colleagues' indulgence in leaving this item in. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Selkirk.
I spoke to this at the work session. The verbiage still reflects that we are citing it at F and 6. And what worries me is that, as I mentioned in our work session, that is prime and valuable and essential land that needs to be developed associated with a convention center. So I guess I have concerns. I've seen municipal projects kind of do a ready, shoot, aim process where we get the money, we target it, and then we realize, oh gosh, we had to go through a site review process, and geez, this actually isn't the best site. Oh, but we've raised the public expectations that it's going to be there. And I can't support this project on that site. So I guess there's multiple problems with this project. It's not wise to cite this in one of the most essential commercial sites associated with the convention center. It's just very poor. It's a poor location. It may give us a tool of controlling that site, but we might do much better if that site were in private hands rather than public hands. We might get something that was useful in terms of its relationship to the Performing Arts Center. I mean, to the new convention center. That should be commercially developed.
And just to briefly respond to that, Dr. Selkirk, as I committed on Friday, we have already requested, but long before we had this piece of this request in front of us, I already sought a work session on this specific topic. It was the first thing I asked for when the administration brought to my attention that there was a potential that this could be a site for a library. Despite the fact that that location is named in this document, it does not require that that would ultimately be the location, and we may very well settle on a different one. I respect your concerns about commercial development adjacent to the convention center.
But this is for renovation of an existing building. So what are we talking about? $100,000 for $1 million rather for I mean, this is one of these things I really agree that I actually support the idea of a downtown library. I don't really want to turn our backs on somebody who's donating money, but I think that because that money's on the table doesn't mean that we want to be unwise about how we commit $1 million. So I'm wondering what we're really doing here. If we don't know, if we may choose a different site, we may have to build a building rather than do a renovation.
Would you be more comfortable if I deleted the reference to the specific site and renovation?
And then what's the $1 million for? Is it for site selection and preliminary design?
Acquisition and
preliminary design, because you're not going to.
And remember, we have matching private dollars too.
And how much do we have matching? So I would support something downtown, but it needs to go through a public process of figuring out what we're doing. And $1 million is a lot of money to spend right now for the state and for us.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez on this amendment.
If I read this correctly, $1.2 million being contributed by a private donor for this project, Mr. Flynn, is that correct?
That is correct.
So if I wanted to buy a building downtown and I had $1.2 million and I wanted it to be a library, whose business is it that it shouldn't be a library? If I decide that, hey, I want to build a library next to the convention center and I'm a private donor, I don't think we can turn down $1.2 million from a private donor. That is an amazingly generous gift. And personally, I think a library would be a good use in that area. I think that it's something that could enhance that entire area. And I think it's something that we should move forward on. And reflecting on Mr. Flynn's appropriate comments on the last issue on one of Ms. Osiander's amendments is let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I mean, if it does turn out that we pick an alternative site, then let's not set ourselves back by rejecting this money now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Abbott, a comment on this item?
I was just going to echo what Mr. Flynn said earlier. We have no problem removing the reference to the specific site from this grant request. And if the Assembly or others want to consider additional sites for a similar facility, we agree that this legislative grant should not preclude that. So we would strongly recommend the inclusion of this, but we'd be more than glad to take out the site-specific references.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abbott. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Ms. Osiander's comments and also Dr. Selcraig's comments, but I kind of differ a little bit when Dr. Selcraig talks about the convention center and its proximity to this particular location, especially when I read the project description, and it's kind of a different type of library that's going to focus on electronic resources, computer technology, and a strong Alaskana and business collection, which I think would complement visitors at the convention center. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig?
I will support this, but I do want to remind the administration that it's not an option to go through a site selection process. This is a public building, and it's my understanding it's a requirement to go through a site selection process. I mean, depending on the size. And just a comment about the value of land associated with the convention center. The reason that communities build convention centers is to attract people to come to our town, to go out the door of the convention center and spend money. I mean, that's the bump for us, is that we have people who come to Anchorage, and lots of convention centers are connected to malls. They're in the center of downtown. Our convention center's kind of scooted over a little bit from downtown. So we have very little commercial opportunities directly next to it, and we need to be very smart about making whatever's across the street attractive in terms of spending money and going out and entering a commercial corridor that begins to pull them down the street, which would be East Street. So this is a and F. I mean, this is a really important area, and I love the idea of more libraries. I do appreciate Ms. Osiander's concern that we've got a lot on our plate. But if we get this, which I don't think we will this year, but if we do, I think it could be a start to identify how to develop one in the right place and do a good job with it. So thank you.
Okay. Ms. Osiander.
Last try. We are facing a significant deficit at the municipal level. We have projects absolutely begun that we cannot finish. We do not have enough money to finish. The state, with the price of oil, I read an article where Representative Hawker was saying that he anticipated unprecedented deficits at the state level. I would like to have a book where I could confidently speak to legislators about the need and not be totally embarrassed. And to my mind, to ask for another library when we've got two that we're trying to build right now that we don't have enough money to finish, and this one that has massive needs, is just flat wrong. Urge deletion.
Any other comments? I have a question for the administration. Is the $1.2 million private contribution committed to a particular building, or just to the idea of a downtown library?
Madam Chairman, I haven't been directly involved in this. It's been reported to me that the gift is associated with this site. I don't know whether the gift could be redirected to an alternate site. I'm going to work on the assumption that if there was a useful site, equally useful site, that we would try to motivate the donor to support that as well. But as of now, I know that this site was the one that the donor was willing to support.
Okay, Dr. Selcraig? Another comment?
Well, that raises a concern for me. So if it's this site, then I cannot support it, even though I'm happy to see a downtown project. I'm really sorry that the donor wasn't offered kind of a better criteria in terms of selecting the site. And I understand that she worked with our staff in selecting this site?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Klayman.
Just to make it, if it wasn't clear already, this grant request to the state is not required to go forward with the donation that would allow this proposed purchase of a downtown library site. That it is not a site that needs $1 million in renovations to go forward. So the description that this is a request for, I would say, generic library grant funding, which is what Mr. Abbott has been saying, I think is accurate. And I think Mr. Abbott's comment that we can delete references to specific locations and treat this as a grant request for library support is fair. And so I don't think that leaving this in the package should not be contingent on it being used for downtown. We can put this grant request, and it can be used for Eagle River, it can be used for Mountain View, it could be used for Lusac.
This request would be for downtown.
It's not what it says.
This one's specific for downtown.
This is downtown.
Oh, I thought you
Dr. Selcraig?
limitations down. Hold on just a second. I think hold on. So this is downtown, but it doesn't have to be that site?
Correct.
And the belief is that there's no requirement. So this site doesn't need that.
Once again, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I'd be happy to call for the question.
Okay, we have before us Ms. Osiander's motion to delete this item from the legislative program. Please vote yes, deletes it, no, retains it. That fails 4 yes, 5 no. We need 6 votes to pass anything. So the amendment, the item stays in the legislative program. The motion to delete failed. Okay, next amendment. Ms. Osiander?
We're done with amendments, Madam Chairman.
Not quite.
Oh, there's an item number 4. Ms. Osiander, did you say you were done with your amendments?
I am done.
Okay.
I have one.
Okay. Mr. Coffey, please log in.
Thank you. I'm referring to page 12.3 under Public Health Recovery Center. I'll let everybody get up there. I announced this amendment Friday. It's a simple amendment. But so I'll move to change this from $30 million to $2 million. That's my motion. And to change the narrative to talk about site selection and site design. Okay, now here I want to do 2 things if I can, Madam Chair, in support of my motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
I voted no on Mr. Flynn's request, or Mr. Flynn's downtown library project. Not because I disagree with Ms. Selcraig or Ms. Osiander, but because we have packed this book with every wish list item north of wherever we're north of, the whole bloody world. This is a debate that goes on and on. Should we include everything there is to include, every bit of item that should be included, because we don't know what they're going to do, and we just might get it. Here's my fear on my pet concern, which is this recovery center. I believe we need a campus-style facility that doesn't cost $150,000 a bed to take care of the chronic public inebriates, of which there are some 300 in Anchorage that are counted. We've had 3 studies over the 30 years I have been paying attention to it. I'm fond of reminding Mr. Flynn that I spoke with his mother about it 30 years ago in this very chamber. We haven't done anything in 30 years. Chronic alcoholism among our indigenous population of First Alaskans is endemic. I grew up with a family of 4 boys. Their family was originally from Teller. 3 of them are dead. The son of one of them is dead because of alcohol. We need, and then you compound that with the problems that go in our parks and our neighborhoods because we have nothing other than the Community Service Patrol, which rotates those chronic public inebriates in and out of detox, sobers them up enough to put them on the street so they can go out and do it all over again. We have people literally going in and out of detox 50, 60 times a year at a cost of several $1 million to the community, not to mention the lack of our being able to enjoy our parks and our homes and our backyards and the rest of it. It's something that commands our attention. To ask for $30 million when we haven't got a clue if it's going to cost $1 million, $10 million, $50 million to do this is the kind of thing that if I go down to the legislature to ask for this, they're going to say, well, what are you going to do with the $30 million? And I'm going to say, I haven't got a clue. But if you give me a couple of million, I'm going to find a site, I'm going to work on the design of it, and then I'll be back and see you in 2 years to ask for the next chunk to get this thing done. I don't want to appear foolish in front of these people. I appear foolish on Tuesday nights here. So I would prefer that we ask for a sum that we might reasonably expect to get, which might reasonably meet the needs, that might get this underway so that I don't die having never seen this matter addressed. Thank you. I care about this, folks. This is awful what we allow to happen.
That's obvious, Mr. Coffey. Is it site selection? You're changing a replacement to the words site selection and design?
Yes.
Okay.
Was replacement still there?
No, not a replacement.
Not 30.
Okay.
Replacement's deleted?
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear you.
Okay.
Did you delete replacement or put this in front of replacement?
You delete it.
I don't even understand your question. I'm over on page 312. It's 30 million, make it 2.
Right.
And then the project description would provide for site design for a facility to replace Clitheroe. That's fine. I'll let Mr. Flynn and I get the specific language. We're the legislative chair, but our co-chairs. But what I would tell you folks is what I'm talking about is for design and site selection and some initial design work, so we can get this project underway.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Selcraig.
I'm pleased to see this change, and we talked about this in our work session, and I think that this is an essential component that our community needs, and actually the state needs. But I also mentioned the fact that we actually don't have a state-of-the-art treatment facility, not only for alcoholism, but for suicide, for post-traumatic stress, for domestic violence. We've got an epidemic of emotional-related illnesses in this state that really results in people dying. And so what I hope to do over this year with Mr. Coffey is to work with him on this project and really maybe bring Mental Health Trust to the table, bring our partners to the table, and begin to talk about how does this project become the first phase of a larger initiative that really allows us to address more than alcoholism over time, but also suicide and other self-destructive behaviors. So, Mr. Coffey, I'd like to work with you on this, and I'm happy to see the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the change. I think it's a good idea. I think it's a great way to start. It makes sense. And perhaps after Mr. Flynn is done massaging Ms. Osiander, he can massage Mr. Coffey.
Please, Mr. Gutierrez. Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Coffey, thank you very much for bringing this amendment forward, because it just simply makes a lot of sense to ask for money for site selection process first, and then to go back when we're ready to build. But just to make sure that I'm not missing something, I'd like to know what the administration's position is on this amendment. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Ms. Gray-Jackson, we understand the point. I don't quibble with Mr. Coffey's rationale that we're unlikely to get $30 million in this year with a relatively undefined project. And so if the Assembly decides to sort of seek this in 2 phases, we don't object to that.
Okay. Any further comments on this item? Before us is the changing the facility construction from $30 million in grant request to $2 million, and providing site selection and design of a replacement for the facility. Is there any objection to this amendment? Seeing no objection, this amendment is incorporated. Any additional amendments to the legislative program?
I have a correction. that I'd like to make
Go ahead,
note of.
Mr. Starr.
And then also just a general comment and question. 7-4 speaks to a $4 million, almost $5 million snow disposal site when I don't think that's what it was intended to do. So if we could get that language changed, might be helpful. And it's surely not going to be a regional disposal site, so a little levity to wordsmithing, but...
Oh, very interesting. Okay, project type. All right, what should that project type say?
Mike, 7-4 needs to be changed.
Should be van pools.
Van pools and transportation, regional transportation projects, I believe, or coordinated something.
How about project type transit?
This is the regional
Section 7, item 4, page 7-4.
Yeah, under project type, we recognize we made a mistake there. Is that the page we're looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah, project, that was a typo. It's already been identified for solution later. It'll be called transportation, regional transportation, I believe was the heading we were going to put on it.
Great. Through the chair, can I have some clarity to when I attended the work session, I don't recollect, or maybe I just missed outright the ranking of the transportation projects in 7 that moved. It looks like we have 13 high priority items in the way I read the book. And my challenge is where do the other projects that now reference subcategories other fall? Because I made the mention to a project that's 8-26 on the Old Glen, and I am territorial, but we've got AWWU slated to do several $1 million worth of upgrades, and AMAT's priorities say this is their next in line. So I guess where did we come up with the 1 through 13, and how is the street lighting for 13 a higher priority than an AMAT's project that's already funded for $8 million?
In the prioritization, we looked at 2 factors. One was the benefit to the community, and the urgency and the benefits of the timing, et cetera. And the second was the opportunity we believed we had with legislative support. Each of the projects that are on the top 13 are ones that we have significant expectation of legislative support for them. So that's, there's no hard and fast criteria to this, as there aren't in most of this book.
I guess, other than the perception from the communities is that they go through the CIP rankings and they prioritize their projects, and we debate those items throughout. And then, and I'm not saying I'm not a believer of the LED program, but, it didn't get fleshed out. Is it going to extend, I just want to prime the community that this is what we're going to go down to Juneau for and ask money for. And if we're going to prioritize streetlights over, the Old Glen project, then I want to prime the community. And so, and for the folks that go down to lobby this group is understand that the Old Glen Highway, we've taken houses, we've relocated properties, we've done that, and the AMATS group has done that to send a message that we're not going to prioritize that anymore through ranking choices such as 1 through 13. Confuses me, and I think the casual reader may be confused as well, that that's no longer what we want to do as a community. So note of caution and a little bit of criticism in there, because it changed from the work session to this, I believe. Did it not, Mike?
No. This is the same list of projects that were in the highest, and then the other. Mr. Starr, on the Old Glen, and I'd be glad to talk to you and anybody else that's interested offline. I think we have some good news on the Old Glen in terms of advancing the construction timing. It's our understanding that the House version of the stimulus package that passed recently included essentially extra money for AMATS allocation, and the requirement is one of the requirements that it be for projects that are quote-unquote shovel-ready.
Yeah.
I believe the Old Glen project that's mentioned here fits that category, and instead of 010, it could be done in 09 if we get this money. And I'd be glad to talk to you more about what it's going to take to make that happen.
Good. I'd welcome that discussion. Just clear guidance to the folks that go down to Juneau with the book. So thank you very much for the time.
Okay. On this topic, I have Mr. Flynn.
Ready to wrap up unless there's more comments, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Then that was simply a typo that Mr. Starr called to our attention. We're done with that one. Okay. Okay. Ms. Osiander?
Thank you for pointing out I had not caught that there was a prioritization list. And I will be parochial in that 13%, I'm not always parochial, but in this case I am, because I hear about needs for road upgrades and infrastructure upgrades continuously. And with 13% of the population, look at the dollar figure there, comparative. We've got 1.4 million for north of Muldoon, and I didn't total this, but what, it's at least 50 or more. So I urge a little bit of fairness geographically when you make priorities. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey?
Here's the deal for the Eagle River concern on the Glen Highway. If you look at page 8.1, it's Glen Highway repair. I'm right. It's $13,800,000. That's the right thing? That's the right project, Mr. Abbott?
No, we're talking Glen Highway versus Old Glen Highway.
Okay, where is the Old Glen Highway in here?
8-26.
If you want to do something to put it on the priority list, we need to make a motion to move it to the priority list and give us a number. Otherwise, it's going to stay here. So I just point that out to my colleagues from Eagle River. This is an opportunity to deal with priorities, if that's important to you. That's all. Thank you.
Could I ask a question then?
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
Unfortunately, I was not able to attend Friday. Apparently, the only rationale for the prioritization is perceived legislative support. Is that correct?
No.
How did you rank, what criteria did you use to rank these?
The projects that were identified for the prioritization, as you notice, only the highest priority list is prioritized. The other and the district lists are both alphabetical or district sorted.
So how did these 13 get here?
They were selected by staff and the administration based on an understanding of legislative support and community benefit. I believe there's a total of about 55 million on this highest priority list. I hadn't added it up until now, but I've just been doing the math, and I believe that's what I come up with. 32 of that are for generic projects that are funds that can and will be used area-wide.
Outside ARDSA?
Yes. Yes. In fact, the projects that meet that test are projects 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 13. And 10, excuse me. And 10, yeah. So actually we're getting closer to $40 million of the 55. So, and in fact, we have spent pavement rehab, flooding, intersection safety, all of those funds, I believe, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are funds we've received historically, and I believe in each of those cases we've spent money in those in your district in the past.
It makes you feel better, Mrs. Osiander. There are 0 projects in my district.
No, we don't send any money downtown, do we, Mr. Flynn?
On this high priority list, except for the area-wide. So I understand your concern, but I do think we've done our best to be balanced in our approach.
Okay. Ms. Osiander, I still have you on the list.
That
nope,
was it.
You're all right. Dr. Selcraig?
I'd like to note that I don't think there's any projects in East Anchorage on this list, and I'm assuming that will be addressed through the area-wide projects. But one of the things that has, as planning director at one point for the administration, and now as an assembly person, is that the whole process of prioritizing projects, I think, becomes really slippery if you don't have a criteria. And I think next year, I'm not assuming that we can change significant things now. I think next year, before we go into this, we need to have a discussion about how we establish a criteria for prioritizing our projects. And I think we have to all be part of that conversation. Otherwise, it can appear to be confusing in terms of what finally came out of the process. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Any additional comments on this legislative program? The motion on the floor is to accept the legislative program. Are there any objections to accepting the legislative program as amended? Seeing none, that item is accepted. Thank you very much.
There's nothing.
All right.
Okay. We're going back to the consent agenda. Final item 9B5, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to identify spending reductions required to balance the projected deficit of more than $17 million in the FY 2009 municipal budget. Okay. The motion on the floor is to approve this item. We have a slightly revised
Madam Chair.
resolution. Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
Thank you. Move to amend item B5, AR 2009-18, as reflected on page 2, paragraph, or line numbers 14 through 20, and I'll do them together because one of them is just on line 26. So that's the motion. If I can have a second. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Johnson? Johnson, was that you? Second? Okay. Dr. Selcraig, comment?
This is very different than what I proposed. I think we have to be very careful. We are less than 1 month away from a process of approving contracts that some of them took 6 and 8 months to finalize, and those contracts were finalized around guidelines that the Assembly established. I want to be thoughtful about what we're really doing here, and my impression is the intention of this section, and actually I contributed to the drafting of this, although I'm not on it as a co-sponsor. My impression was that it gave us an opportunity to actually listen and hear from the unions in regards to their thoughts about the broader issues, not in terms of specific issues, about how to solve this. What this could be here is a brand new letter that actually defines for the administration the new expectations we have for them in negotiation, which I'm not sure I want to deal with in this document. I'd rather knock it out completely than support this. I think if we want to define a whole set of guidelines for labor relations, I think that's a separate resolution. I don't think it belongs here.
No,
I'm not sure what your intent is, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Coffey.
Here's the deal. We have to be careful not to have a unfair labor practice.
Agreed.
The administration has said we want to start talking with these guys as soon as we possibly can, because we've got to get whatever problems and whatever solutions we have, we've got to have them by the end of April, mid-April actually. To give us an opportunity to sort of have a dialogue with our collective bargaining units, we have to not be in collective bargaining. So what the administration was discussed with, and I discussed it with them in the interim period, was don't do anything yet. Let us come back and give you some advice on this. I don't view this as a replacement for the earlier resolutions on what you ought to do. We remember seeing those during the contract discussions. There were 3 of them that were passed over the course of the last few years. What I'm viewing this as doing would say to the effect that, hey, we've got a situation here with a budget deficit. Here's the things that we think, administration, you ought to be talking about when you go in to talk with the unions after February 3rd on the 4th. I think we develop those list of directions to the administration through discussions with the labor representatives over the next 2 weeks while we're free to talk to them. I'm not trying to prescribe something that's going to go on for years and years. I'm talking about trying to prescribe something that's going to have a duration of 3 months. till we pass the new budget. And we can then revisit it again. In fact, you could even put a sunset clause on it at the end of 3 months or May 1st or whatever. It's intended to get around to do two things. It wants to avoid us having an unfair labor practice while they're in formal negotiations, collective bargaining, and it's intended to allow us to follow the directions that are found in Title III that says the Assembly may adopt resolutions providing direction to the administration on how it would like labor discussions to go. So, Ms. Selcraig, I thought I'd run this by you ahead of time, and I thought it was okay, but I wanted to clarify what we're trying to accomplish with this. Those two things. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Coffey, I would like to propose an amendment.
Dr. Selcraig, just a moment. I have several folks in line on this item. Dr. Gray Jackson, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Selcraig, thank you very much for your comments, because your comments made me think when I look at this more. I appreciate what Mr. Coffey's doing, and it makes sense, but I would, I don't want to make an amendment at this point, but I don't like the term contract negotiations, because we've been through, the administration and the unions have been through contract negotiations, and I would feel a whole lot better if maybe some choice words such as addressing the budget shortfall was substituted instead of contract negotiations, because this is not really what it is. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I can appreciate the approach, because I think ultimately it's going to come to this body to make the decisions on what's going to work and what's not. I appreciate the administration's recommendations coming our way, but ultimately we're going to have a debate, and we have to have that debate timely. The opportunity to follow sort of the municipal code, as you haven't learned, also concerns me. And again, the municipal code specifies assembly direction for those negotiations, and I'm not sure that we've given clear assembly directions. And furthermore, I believe we were going to have to. Ultimately, we're going to have to say this works and this doesn't work through a fairly clear directive, because I think it's going to take all of us to come to the table. The explanation on having a couple weeks to sort of do that, to buy us some time so that we don't encroach onto a collective bargaining interpretation, or we have formally entered that, concerns me as well, because I think there's a time. It can't be a gray area. It has to be black or white. Either we're in collective bargaining or we're not. And to say that we're in collective bargaining and isolate us, I use the example of police overtime. If we don't have an opportunity for us, and myself included, to put dialogue to the players at B about our concerns on what works for overtime in various labor unions, how else do I get to do it? If you go into collective bargaining, I'm isolated from that conversation, and I feel I have something to bring to the table, as well as an obligation to the community to fix it. A clear statement on what we do between now and collective bargaining, that's appropriate, and that's what this does. I appreciate it, and I'll support it.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Dr. Selcraig.
All right, where are we? Okay, thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment to Mr. Coffey's amendment, and it would start right here? No. Okay. So on the end, following his amendment would be through, we would continue that sentence would be through discussions with representatives of the municipal bargaining units, and that would be, in other words, what this basically does is gives the Assembly an opportunity the whole intent here is to allow the Assembly at least opportunities to discuss broad approaches, not specific negotiations, but broad approaches with the unions before we move into more detailed analysis, and then before the collective bargaining occurs. And that was the original intent of Section 1.
Okay, that's an amendment to the amendment.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Coffey, you want to speak to that?
Yes, I do. The whole purpose of the number one when we first drafted is so we could talk to the folks who represent our organized our employees, police, fire, AMEA, etc. We were running afoul of the concern of being an unfair labor practice because of negotiations between the administration and the unions. What this will do is make that discussion possible. It's 2 weeks, folks. That means we got to start real quick talking to these people, and we got to talk about whether we're going to do it in a work session, whether we're going to send a, whether we're going to meet individually, how are we going to do it? But I want to know from fire, police, AMEA, and so forth, what kinds of things are possible relative to this $17 million deal. Just like I want to know from the administration what the departments can do on their costs and expenses, and just what the execs are willing to accept, and so forth. This will allow that discussion. So I want to support this, and I think what Ms. Selcraig just proposed makes it real clear that this will allow us to adopt the kind of things that, and this is a quote, by the way, the language here is right from the statute, setting general labor relations policy and directions. And we're saying clearly we're going to do this through discussions with our bargaining units, which is what we've wanted to do since the darn thing was written in the first instance. Thank you very much for that, Ms. Selcraig.
Mr. Klayman.
I'm just going to speak and urge strongly against adopting this kind of approach. The negotiations between unions and management are just that, discussions between unions and management. If you want a sure way to make it less likely that we can effectively negotiate with the bargaining units, you guys can all start calling each bargaining unit and scheduling individual meetings. And you can tell them 10 different things, and then they're going to come and meet with the administration, and they're going to say, who are we supposed to listen to? And you're not advancing the ball at all. So I would strongly urge against this amendment. The proposal that Mr. Coffey came up with, which is what is printed, is a proposal that gives the Assembly the opportunity through the typical process where the Assembly meets or comes up with a resolution that articulates its view and makes recommendations to the administration to assist us in our negotiating. I think when you start trying to schedule meetings with these bargaining units, you'll only make it less likely that we succeed at the task we need to. It makes success much less likely. I would urge against this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Mr. Coffey?
Mr. Klayman, let me make it clear. Whether this is in there or this isn't in there, I'm going to talk to Adele, I'm going to talk to Derek Shore, I'm going to talk to Tom Westcott, I'm going to talk to Jamie, I'm going to talk to Jill Ann. I'm going to find out what these people think is an appropriate way of doing it. That's why this doesn't bother me. I can't make a deal, but I can listen, and I don't find anything wrong with listening. So, anyway, that's the way I'm going to look at it. And if you think that undermines your bargaining position, then, well, I'm sorry. I guess you'll have to wait and see what resolution we pass to find out if we really are undermining your bargaining position, in which event you can make comment on our resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I suppose, Mr. Coffey, by the logic that you just used, you're going to go meet with, and I think it's appropriate to meet with and talk to these folks anyway, whether it's in this resolution or not, and it doesn't need to be in the resolution. If that will relieve some of the administration's heartburn over this, let's simply remove it. We'll do it anyway. You know, this body, I've been around long enough to know, we're going to do what we want to do. It doesn't need to be in the resolution. If that greases the wheels a little bit, let's just remove it and pass the rest of the resolution, which I think is wonderful, and move on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. The amendment on the floor is to add to the end of Section 1 through discussions with representatives of the municipal bargaining units. Please vote. A yes vote accepts that amendment. A no vote rejects it. Mr. Birch is not with us. He is absent.
Ms. Osiander, Mr. Flynn.
We're thinking.
Together?
I thought faster.
Be open about this discussion when we talk to each other.
But I think we can anyway.
And that failed 5-4.
That fails 5 yes to 4 no. That amendment is not added to the amendment. We need 6 votes to pass anything. All right. Okay, before us is the resolution as revised by the maker in the interim, unamended. Any further discussion or amendments to the resolution? If not, the resolution is before us. Please vote.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Gutierrez, go ahead.
Forgive me. I'm somewhat confused as to the status of Section 1 now. What does it read?
As you see it on the revised version, underlined, Section 1, the administration will not engage in collective bargaining through to pursuant to Section 3.70.090.
And is the administration comfortable with this language?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, please vote on this resolution. A yes vote accepts it, and no vote declines it.
Why am I not getting this vote? Mr. Starr?
That passes 8. Is that 8? That passes 9-0 with 1 absent. Okay, thank you very much. It's time to begin the public hearings.
That was on Section 1. Now you have the whole amendment, right?
No, that was the entire resolution.
Well, good work.
Okay. All right, we are done. That is the end of the consent agenda, finally, at 9 o'clock. It is time to begin the public hearings. I'd like to open the public hearing on ordinance number AO 2008-107, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning of approximately 16.5 acres. This is the Faith Christian Church property on Arctic near Tudor. I was requested to open the public hearing, but we need to continue it until February 24th as the parties are out of town.
Yeah, Madam Chair, my understanding is that the request of the owners or the developers that they will not be here, and we will move to continue the public hearing.
Okay,
but people want to testify, they can, as you well know.
That's right. The public hearing on this item is now open. Is anyone present who wishes to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing will be continued until February 24th. Can I have a motion to continue
the public hearing on ordinance 2008-107 until February 24th at the request of the developers?
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. And Dr. Selcraig, was a second? Did you?
Moved.
Okay.
There we go. Thanks.
Moved and seconded. Any objections to continuing the public hearing? Seeing none, that item is continued to February 24th. Item 13B, ordinance AO 2008-123, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to provisionally adopt a new Chapter 21.3.
Waive reading.
Ms. Osiander, I believe.
Yes, I'd like to announce that this item will be hopefully postponed until our next meeting because the Title 21 Committee has not reviewed final amendments. Prior to the next meeting, we should have those amendments available on the municipal web page underneath the Planning Department Project Title 21.
I think the amendments arrived in our email boxes late this afternoon.
We haven't, as a committee, though, gone over all of them, so I hesitate to do
all right.
anything for it. So you can testify tonight, but I will be moving to postpone this.
The public hearing on this item is now open. Is anyone present who wishes to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, we will continue this public hearing until February 3rd. Is that all right? Can I have a motion?
Move that we continue till February 3rd.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any objection to continuing? Seeing none, that item is continued to February 3rd. New public hearings. Now, item number 14A, resolution number AR 2008-321, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly naming a proposed pathway at the Anchorage Museum at Rasmussen Center as the Richard and Eunice Silberer Walk. This item is now open for public hearing. Is anyone present who wishes to be heard? Please come forward. Tell us who you are, and you have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, I'm Dwayne Hyman. I'm on the naming committee of the museum, and my wife and I were co-chairs of the Capital Fund Drive, and we would urge your support of this amendment for the reasons that are indicated in the resolution. But the Silberers have been excellent supporters of the museum, and we feel that this is appropriate recognition for what they have contributed. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Hyman. Any questions of Mr. Hyman? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming and for your work on the naming committee.
Move to approve.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Is there a second?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Any discussion on this item? Oh, I'm sorry. The public hearing. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. Go ahead.
Move to approve.
Okay. Any objection to approval of this item? Seeing none, that item is approved. Item 14B, Resolution AR 2008-322, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly naming an unnamed park parcel, Lot 8A, Block 3V,
Waive reading.
plat of Rabbit Creek as Bear Tracks Park. The public hearing on this item is open. Is anyone present wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is heard. Thank you. What's the wish of the body? Okay. Is there a second?
We can't do it on here.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Johnson and Dr. Selkirk. Any discussion on this item? Is there any objection to the passage of this item? Seeing and hearing, no objection. That item is approved. Item 14C, Ordinance AO 2009-3, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 6.50.060 to provide an interim reduction in the maximum percentage applicable to the annual dividend payout. This item is open for public hearing. Is anyone present who wishes to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve, but you can't do it. The clerk needs to clear the board.
Okay. Okay. Are you all right? Okay. Thank you. That item is before us. What's the wish of the body? Any discussion on this item?
I have a question for Ms. Weddleton.
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Ms. Weddleton, how do we keep our pulse on what's happening on the financial market? This one here is a critical item, of course, as the value changes up or down, and we see contribution amounts change daily in that. Is it your suggestion to continue to give us revenue reports? And I guess there's been a couple amendments, and I'm ignorant as to where they are, but how do we get a summary of our revenue positions?
Through the chair, this is a pretty broad question. In terms of revenue reporting, just tonight I've asked our controller and our OMB director to start working on some monthly revenue and expense reports to the Assembly on a go-forward basis. And going back to the more narrow aspect of your question, how do we keep the pulse on this particular trust fund? This trust fund is watched very carefully by our municipal treasurer, Dan Moore, who's here in the audience tonight. And he reviews the performance of this trust fund very carefully on a monthly basis. This trust fund is also evaluated by our Investment Advisory Commission, who periodically report on any necessary changes to the management of the trust fund. And then finally, of course, we also have our municipal cash pool, which is managed by the Public Finance Group of the municipality, and they look at the performance of that cash pool almost on a daily basis.
Did we see the revenue trend declining in this account before the budget was approved?
Yes, if you recall, at our October 17th work session, one of the issues related to the Assembly at that time was the decline in the market value of this trust fund.
Okay, thanks.
Any further discussion on this item? There appears to be no further discussion. Is there any objection to the passage of this item? Seeing no objection, that item passes. Thank you. Item 14D, AO 2008-135, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.70, regarding assembly approval of collective bargaining agreements, amendments, and administrative letters retroactive to December 1st, 2008.
Move to combine the public hearing of 14D and 14E, Madam Chair. They both deal with the same topic.
Second.
Okay. Any objection to combining these two items for public hearing? If not, I'll read the second item and open the public hearing. Ordinance number AO 2008-133, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.7.010, regarding assembly approval of collective bargaining contracts, amendments, and administrative letters, and adding a new section to the municipal code prohibiting implementation in violation of 3.7.010. These two items are open for public hearing. Is anyone present who wishes to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on these two items is closed. What's the wish of the body?
No. Move to approve the S version, 135S, which I just handed out. Sorry.
Where's that? I don't have one.
Here it is, right here.
Thank you.
Can I have a second? Thank you. Can I speak to it, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
All right.
Hold on a second.
Okay, I wanted just to explain so that everybody can get caught up.
Okay.
We had two ordinances, one submitted by the administration, and this is back in December, so it's almost 2 months old, and one submitted by, I think, Mr. Starr, Ms. Johnston, and myself. They were on the same topic. They had to deal with the side agreements and the provisions of Title III. And it was both attempts by both people who introduced the administration and those assembly members who did it to address the situation with regard to side agreements. So as we came down to this meeting, they were both before us. Neither one of them by themselves completely addressed the problem. So I took it upon myself to write a bunch of amendments, and I used the vehicle of the administrations, when it was the Begich administration, I used 14D, their draft. I did two things. I made some clarification corrections, not clerical. They were substantive, but they were basically clarifications. The administration had created a new category called an administrative agreement, where we used to have administrative letters, so I tightened that one up. I dealt with some of the provisions in administrative letters. I left the deletion of agreement. I left all the other things that were in there. Then I took the items from item 14E, which was the Johnston Star Coffee proposal. The certification requirement in subsection D is in there, and subsection E deals with remedies if someone violates these code sections, which is new because it wasn't in the old code. No, I'm sorry?
This is just a lot of changes.
Yeah. Well, it's Ms. Selcraig just said it's a lot of changes. It certainly does some changes, but if for example, all of section D is identical as it was in 14E, and so on. Folks, here's the situation. If people are uncomfortable with what we're doing tonight, there's no reason we can't continue to look at this. I just gave you the S version a minute ago, and I understand that can cause some problems. What we're trying to address is side agreements on labor agreements. I don't know of a single labor agreement that we're going to have a side deal on in the next month or so that necessitates immediate action. If, on the other hand, we're comfortable with the combination of 14D and 14E, then we can vote it up tonight. And so now you know how we got to the S version. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Birch, has Mr. Birch joined us? Can you hear him? Okay, not yet. Okay, thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selcraig, you wish to speak on this item? Dr. Selcraig, you're first.
I feel like I'd just like to act on this at our next meeting, mostly because I haven't had a chance to review the changes in relation to the other two documents, and it's just a lot of changes to digest right now and vote. So I'd like to know what I'm voting on more substance than I do right now.
All right, a few more comments. Mr. Abbott?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We recommend a period as well. Mr. Coffey sent these amendments to us late yesterday. We've been reviewing them today. We have some analysis from our legal folks on this, but it's not concluded yet. And we haven't, and I'm not doubting that you've incorporated them faithfully into the S version, but we haven't, read the S version yet to see that written out. So we'd appreciate some time to review this more thoroughly as well.
Move February 3rd. Otherwise, I would go further. And so, Madam Clerk, is February 3rd all right? Move to continue until February 3rd.
Second.
Okay, just a moment.
With just an inquiry to make sure I'm not loading up the next meeting with something. I'm sorry.
Title 21.
This will be straightforward, though. We've read it. We're not The trouble is just getting all the bond issues.
I'll be back on
It's all about February 3rd.
early morning.
All right. I'm told February 3rd is all the bond issues. I'd move to continue till February 24th.
Okay.
And the next meeting after that.
Okay. Any objection to continuing action on this item until the 24th of February?
Can I just speak just for a moment?
Go ahead, Mr. Starr. Ow.
What was that?
And I appreciate.
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Sure, I appreciate the continuance to make sure we're going down the right path, because one of the observations was that when we identified side agreements, we all sort of looked at each other with, what do we do now? I'm just handing out one section, too, that hopefully you can review beforehand, which references a remedies section that's already in code. This isn't something I just wrote. It's actually as it stands now. So this is 1.45.010, which has a general penalties section in it. And this is verbatim out of code now. So also with this, look to see if there may be changes to 1.45, the general penalties section, as necessary. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Starr. This item is continued to February 24th.
And if I could, I apologize to the body. I was out of town, and I didn't get back until Friday, and I worked on this over the weekend, and it became much more complicated than I thought, so I apologize for bringing it to everybody so late. Thank you.
And that S version replaced both items D and E. Yes. Is that correct? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. Moving on to item F, Resolution AR 2009-12, a resolution ratifying an amendment to the collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, accompanied by information memorandum AIM 6-2009, summary of economic effects. This item is now open for public hearing. Is anyone present wishing to be heard?
Madam Chair, before we do that, I'd move to combine item 14F, G, and H. They're all APDEA amendments, and I think we could hear them all if there's public testimony at once.
Second.
That's correct. I will read the other two items. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Item G, Information Memorandum AIM 2009, Clerical Corrections to APDEA Collective Bargaining Agreement, ratified by the Assembly December 16, 2008, item H, Resolution Number AR 2009-13, a resolution approving administrative letters 09-02 and 09-03, interpreting and clarifying the collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association pursuant to Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.7.130B. These three items are combined for public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. It's the wish of the body.
Move to approve 2009-12, item 14F.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey?
I just would note, everyone, that the AIM 6-2009, which is, I don't know where it is in your package because I pulled mine out, but it applies to all three of these items we just had the public hearing on. If you look at item 14F, 2009-12, the summary of economic effects shows a savings to the municipality of $47,000 and $50,000, and this is dollars, $53,000, $55,000, and $56,000 over the life of the contract. This reflects the change that we were all concerned about with regard to the chief of police being paid, the head of the union being paid with public funds, and if you recall, during the contract deliberations, the APDEA offered to reduce that in half. That's what this does. Urge support.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Any further comments? Mr. Starr.
Yeah, just quickly, and I almost apologize for beating this side agreement thing to death here, but this, in my opinion, is a good way for the management of the city, the labor unions to get together, and the assembly to be included in the discussion. This works. This is, in my opinion, sort of what should have happened perhaps with some of the other side agreements earlier identified by Mr. Raskams, to merely include us in the discussion. It also does another thing which allows the public to become involved. You know, depending on what issue you're talking about, the public can walk up to the microphone and say, hey, wait a minute, I was also not included in that. Maybe a different bargaining agreement, different bargaining unit, but as these things come before us, it's, I think, the appropriate way to do the people's work, and I appreciate all three of these versions, and I'll be quiet.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Osiander.
I apologize. I just need a little clarification. If the way this works, as I understand it, is we would pay the salary and then we get 50% back, but the retirement is still based on the full salary that we pay. Is that correct? I don't know why I'm looking at you guys. I should look over here.
Mr. Abbott.
That's correct.
Because the other contracts, as I understand it, we pay half, and so our retirement payout would be based on that 50%. So this is more expensive or not?
I'm not which contracts are you referring to, Ms. Osiander?
Typically, my understanding was other of our municipal contracts, we don't pay the full cost of the union president. AMEA is an example.
Hold on just one second. Maybe Lisa can answer this.
Currently with AMEA, the president holds a full-time position in addition to his president's duties, and he is paid 100% by the municipality. This model is similar to the IBEW chief shop steward, in which he is paid 100% by the municipality, and we are reimbursed 50% by IBEW.
But would it be cheaper for us if we just paid 50% of the salary going into this, so that the retirement would be less?
Yes, it would be cheaper. There's a number of ways we could approach this. This is something that the union came forth on their own and is presenting to us. So, yes.
Do we have any other labor contracts where we pay 50% of the union leader's salary?
We pay 100% of the union leader's salary for all of our bargaining units. The only one that I'm aware of that we get reimbursed from is IBEW.
But the union president is not released from duty. So, in other words, Mark McKee, the president of AMEA, works for the assessor's office, and that is his full-time job, is as a municipal employee there. His duties as AMEA president are above and beyond that and are not compensated by the municipality.
So the only two union president salaries, the only two union presidents that are released from their duties during their work time, or typical work time, would be the APDEA and the IBEW. No.
No, that's not correct. AMEA conducts union work while on union business. If they have, during negotiations, they were in a paid status by the municipality. If they have an issue that they're meeting with the supervisor or a potential grievance, they are paid if it occurs during their working hours. The exception to that would be IAFF, who takes union leave to conduct their business. That's the one union, I think, that stands aside from the others.
Okay, then I'm confused when you described AMEA to me, because I thought you said AMEA still works the full workday and does union work separately. But that is not what you said.
On any given day, they may work 8 hours, their full work shift. However, if there are union issues, they are allowed adequate time to respond to union and with issues with employees and management while on municipal time.
So we pay when they're doing the union work, too?
Correct.
I didn't understand that until now.
But only when they're doing it. Under the police deal, he was relieved 100% of the time, and we were paying 100% of it. That's the difference. It's possible the AMEA president might not do any union work for a month. I mean, possible. I don't know if it's likely, but so that was the difference as I understood it.
Okay.
Mr. Starr.
And then can I ask one more question?
Sorry, Ms. Hudson.
Go ahead. It's on a different point, but would you like to finish this?
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander, finish up.
All right. I just received the Mr. Rascom's costing when I came in today. And so I haven't had a chance to look at it. He appeared, no, I'm looking at the APDEA. The AD&D insurance will cost the city another $23,000. Is that correct? I wish Mr. Rascom's were here.
Oh, Ms. Osiander, I think you're on item G. We're discussing item F right now.
I apologize. I thought we were combined public hearing.
We combined the public hearing, but we've moved one item at a time.
I'll wait and ask my question later.
Okay. Is that right, Madam Clerk? We moved one item at a time. Okay. Mr. Starr, you were...
No, I took my comments out.
Okay. Any other comments or discussion on this item? On item F. What's the wish of the body? Okay. We've got a motion on the floor. Any objection to passage of this motion by unanimous consent? Seeing no objection, that item passes. Item G.
Approve AM 1-2009.
Moved by Mr. Coffey, seconded by Mr. Gutierrez. Any discussion on this item? That's the APDEA.
Okay.
One.
Madam Chair, is this the time I can ask that?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
All right. And I apologize since I just got this. So this does increase the cost beyond what was provided for by Mr. Rascom's or not?
It does not. Mr. Rascom's, in the original C that he cost out during the approval process of the APDEA contract, included the AD&D. There's been a long-standing practice that this language implied AD&D, and it's been provided for many contracts to come. So,
yeah,
Mr.
I know. I didn't ask that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah,
and
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. This was one of the problems we had when we were dealing with this. If I look at the corrected Appendix A, it's different than the Appendix A we were given at the night of the contract, right? On AIM 1-2009.
Correct.
And I want to make sure I understood. But you're telling me whether when the calculations were done on the cost, they used the correct information even though the information we had was incorrect?
Correct. When Mr. Rascom cost out the contract, he did not even have the appendix. That was generated after he used the actual data out of PeopleSoft for his numbers. So he used real data, the correct data, not the typo data, but the correct data to cost out.
Okay. And then subsequently, we got the contract with Appendix A incorrect attached. Now you're correcting that.
Mm-hmm.
Out loud, you got it because nodding of heads doesn't
Correct.
record. Okay. All right. That's all I needed to know. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further? Ms. Osiander.
One more question. What happens if we do not agree to this? Do you go back in negotiations? Does this void the contract that's already approved? What are the implications of us saying no?
On which item? On all of the items?
The one that's before us right now.
This is clerical corrections, Ms. Osiander.
Well, it also includes the AD&D, doesn't it?
Of 0.
It includes the accidental death and dismemberment insurance, doesn't it? Or am I?
See it. I don't see what you're talking about, Ms. Osiander.
We're talking about 14G.
Ms. Osiander, if I might, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
It's an AIM, Information Memorandum. They brought it to us under public hearings. I don't know why, because when you make it an AIM, you're telling us it's clerical in nature. And therefore, if what the corrected Appendix A does is reflect the conflict, then if we say no, it don't matter because it's an AIM. We're just accepting or rejecting it. And that's my understanding. And I would ask Mr. Abbott or Ms. Westfall whether or not that's true.
Ms. Osiander, I don't see the...
Well, I'm confused because Mr. Rascom's costing includes this accidental death and dismemberment insurance. And I had thought it was in this one.
Could you point that out, please? The accidental death and dismemberment. I'm looking at AIM 6-2009, the summary of economic effects for the 3 public hearing items.
Do people have this?
No.
Where did you get this?
I got it from, it was handed out by Mr. Rascom's. It's dated January 14th to members of the Assembly from Director of Internal Audit. Cost savings for APD contract revision on the front. On the back, it says AD&D cost, APDEA cost.
I don't think anybody has that.
I don't know.
I have exclusive information no one else has.
Have exclusive, which we're not voting on.
It was okay. Mr. Rascom's handed this to me as I walked in. My understanding was you had it.
Where is he? I've looked through all
Mr. Abbott, is it potentially part of the item that was postponed until you guys can revisit the submission?
No, I think there's some confusion here. There are 3 APDE items submitted to the Assembly that are in this this bundle. I believe it's F, G, and H.
Correct.
The AD&D issue is in H.
Aha.
It is an AR 2009-13. As I'm looking at it, it is the 4th page in the package that you have. It is letter of agreement .09-03.
Okay, but we're not on item G yet.
All right.
I believe that is correct. I'm just trying to tell you that's the issue that Ms. Osiander is addressing is in that AR, not in the AIM.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. That's helpful.
Troublemaker.
It's helpful to understand things before we vote on them, Mr. Coffey.
I would just note, Mr. Coffey made a request this morning that when you get one AIM and it affects 3 different items, it would actually be helpful if the AIM got copied 3 different times and attached to each item. And I've heard that, and I think that's a good idea, and I think the clerk heard the same suggestion. We'll do our best next time to attach it 3 different times, even though that may be using more paper than is wise. We'll still go ahead and do it, because it seems to help with confusion.
As you recall very well, Mr. Klayman, there was some distinct differences of opinion on costing. And so I specifically looked for Mr. Rascom's costing.
No, you can't go home.
And I didn't get it until I walked in. So that's...
I'm sorry, I'm concerned because I don't have a copy of what you're referring to. Okay.
Okay, can I ask just one more now
Yes,
that I'm on
go
track?
ahead, Ms. Osiander.
All right, so this, though, does change wage scale for employees, correct?
It doesn't change the wage scale. It corrects a typo in the appendix.
So the wage scale that we saw when we approved the contract was incorrect.
Correct. It had some typos in it.
And instead, this new wage scale with different numbers in it is what you're asking us to bless, right?
Correct.
And then Mr. Coffey was correct that If we don't approve it, it's immaterial.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this item?
I'm sorry.
Is there any objection to the passage of item 14G? Seeing none, that item is passed. 14H is before us.
Move to
What's the wish of the
approve.
body?
Second.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey and Mr. Gutierrez. Any discussion on this item?
All right.
Yes, I understand that the
Mr. Coffey.
January 14th, 2009 memorandum from Mr. Rascom's applies to this. Could the administration confirm that?
Yes. Mr. Rascom's has generated summaries of economic effects for under one AIM. The reason it was submitted in an AIM form is because the C was not available when the ARs and AIM were presented to the Assembly. And so the C was presented after the introduction of the other documents. So what you see there is AIM 6-2009, which contains 3 pages worth of summary of economic effects.
And those pages are the ones that start with 0 zeros on them under, no, sorry.
Right,
You don't, you have, I'm sorry, Mr. Abbott, when I look at AIM 6-2009, there is no reference in it to AR 2009-13.
Because I believe there's a typo on Mr. Rascom's. He has 2 SEEs labeled 2009-12.
And which
the
one?
The second one, if you see by the title, is the same title that's in 2009-13.
Yeah, there are 3.
And I should blame Mr. Rascom's. This is actually submitted by the ER department.
So if you look at that next to the last page of the summary of economic effects, in the upper left-hand corner, it should say 13 rather than 12.
Yes, that's the AR number that matches up with the title.
Okay, and then the January 14, 2009 deals with the things that Ms. Osiander was talking about.
What things are
you
referring to?
Accidental death and dismemberment, the APDEA president, and...
Not the president.
They're all done separately.
Okay.
The accidental death and dismemberment is reflected on the C page we were just talking about, the one that should be labeled 2009-13.
Gotcha.
And you can see there are zeros there, and you can see under public sector economic effects the explanation that this was costed out previously and was included in the original C that Mr. Rascom's did for the contract in December.
Understood.
And I apologize about the confusion.
Yes, and then just one last clarification for me. That means that the summary of economic effects of our approval of AR 2009-13 is 0 cost to the municipality.
Beyond what you have already seen and approved.
That's what I mean. I understand. 0 cost.
No new cost beyond what was costed out in the contract.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you very much.
Ms. Osiander?
No. I'll withdraw.
You withdraw. Okay. You're not in here. Okay. Any other comments on this item? Any objection to passage?
Actually,
Ms. Osiander?
I do have to make a comment.
Go ahead.
This police contract to the administration has been the most frustrating, one of the most frustrating, I won't say the most, one of the most frustrating items that I have had to deal with in 5 years because of contradictory information, inadequate information, and incomplete information. And I hope I never have to experience anything like this again. So with that, I will leave it.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Any further comments on this item? Seeing no comments, any objection to unanimous approval. Seeing no objections, that item 14G passes. 14H. 14I, Resolution AR 2008-323, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, approving the additional scope of work in Northern Communities Water Extension Phase 1. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward.
Madam Chair, I plan to move to postpone this till February 24th.
Okay, shall we open the public hearing?
We have to.
Okay. The public hearing on this item is open. Seeing and hearing no one, we will continue the public hearing. Do we need to continue the public hearing?
Need a motion?
I'd move to continue the public hearing to February 24th.
Second. Push and push. There we go.
Thank you. Any objection to continuing the public hearing to February 23rd?
If Ms. Oceander would just
Seeing
briefly
none.
explain her reasoning, I'd appreciate it.
24th.
I've talked to the utility about this. They are considering an alternative route, and as such would like the opportunity to talk to some residents.
Thank you very much. I have no objection.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further objection, that item is continued to February 23rd. Item 4th, excuse me. Where's that thing? February 24th. Okay. Item J, Ordinance AO 2009-1, an ordinance dedicating municipal lands in Commodore Park subdivision and Muldoon Estates subdivision. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing no one, any objection to passage? Seeing no objection, that item passes. Item K, Ordinance AO 2009-2, an ordinance authorizing disposal by sale of an Alpine trespass hut and ground lease.
Waive reading.
The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Welcome. Please tell us who you are.
Madam Chair, Mike Overcast, Assembly. Appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to discuss this. This cabin has been in its present place for about 20 years. It was built first by the community, people in the community in Girdwood, as a backcountry hut, mostly for winter use. And over the time period, it went from forest to state, and state to HLB through the process of acquisition of the lands down in Girdwood. Because it's on HLB land, we need to, somebody needs to take ownership in it, because it's basically a trespass cabin, and it's been maintained by Chugach Powder Guides, the company I'm involved with. We keep it in propane and try to keep it cleaned up. But at this point, we're trying to take ownership of it, keep it in public use, rent it out to folks for backcountry skiing and for summer use, and do some improvements to the site.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for this gentleman? Thank you very much for coming. What's the wish of the body? Oh, excuse me. Anyone else to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. Wish of the body? Thank you. Any further discussion?
There you go.
Any objection to passage?
Madam Chair, I may just a quick reminder to the body that I announced a potential conflict of interest of this matter 2 weeks ago, and the body found that I was eligible to participate.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Okay. Any objection to passage of this item? Seeing no objection, that item passes. Thank you. Item L, Ordinance AO 2009-4, an ordinance authorizing the sale of 5 tax foreclosed properties in Nels Clevin subdivision located in Mountain View. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard?
Yes.
Tell us who you are again for the record.
Madam Chair, I'm Carol Gore. I'm the President and CEO of Cook Inlet Housing. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this ordinance. I want to thank the Heritage Land Bank and the administration for their support in our efforts. Many of you know that Cook Inlet Housing has been very active in Mountain View since 2002. And not to labor over what we've done there, to try to make this a neighborhood of not last resort, but a neighborhood of choice. I think there's a significant turnaround in that neighborhood, largely because of the efforts we've made to change the housing stock. I want to support this ordinance by just sharing some pictures because I think they will tell you more than I can in words. Our primary goal in the neighborhood was to buy ugly, and I think you'll see by the pictures that this property satisfies that. It is, except for one parcel with a duplex on it, it is unoccupied. It is a blight to the neighborhood. We targeted this property in 2002, and we welcome the opportunity to make this something that's not ugly. And this is an example of what we've been putting on those properties when we demolish the properties. We are ready to demolish. We have our crews mobilized, and we are ready to take this on. I'm here to answer your questions, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gore. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body? Okay, any further discussion? Ms. Osiander? And Mr.
How much
Hoffman.
are these properties worth? I sent in that email question. No one responded.
Go ahead, Allison.
I don't have the total amount that if I appraise.
Excuse me, if you could tell us who you are.
Allison Smith, Heritage Land Bank.
Thank you.
Chair. Ms. Osiander. The estimate of redeveloped value that Cook Inlet Housing came up with is about $1.1 million, contributing related taxes to the tax base after those.
No, I read the summary that said what the estimated revenue from tax increases would be. I'm just asking an approximate appraised value of the lots. I know you haven't done an appraisal, but certainly municipal property tax has at least some rough idea of value. I just want a real rough idea of how much the lots are worth. Because we're basically, as I understand with this, going to donate them for the cost of paying off the back taxes and tearing down the structures. And beyond that, there's no cost. So it's a donation to Cook Inlet, a worthy organization who's done great, great work. But I want on the record an understanding of what we're giving away.
Ms. Osiander, I believe Ms. Gore has an answer for you.
Oh, you have the value of the lots?
May I? Through the chair, I think I can give you maybe an estimated value. We bought 8 other lots in the last year and a half, and they were clean lots that didn't have the same sort of environmental contamination. We paid between $55,000 and $60,000. Those are appraised values.
That was each, $55,000 to $60,000 for each. Okay.
For those lots, and maybe that'll give you an idea of what the value might be. I can't speak to these specific lots.
Ms. Osiander, does that help you out?
About maybe between $250,000 and $300,000 value. Is that
approximately? I was trying to come up with a separate number for the improvements, which are actually a negative value versus the land values.
Well, I wonder if our municipal assessment considers it a negative value for the homes. We don't know, I imagine. Somebody has a computer they could check up real quick.
Already have it.
Mr. Flynn.
Okay. I have Mr. Coffey, Mr. Gutierrez, Dr. Selcraig, and Mr. Flynn to speak.
I asked earlier if an appraisal was necessary for the disposition of municipal property, so we know what we were giving away. I was told, no, it's not necessary. I appreciate the follow-up on appraised value, and I have this comment. If it is $60,000 a lot, the gross value is $300,000.
It's not, according to this.
All right. What is it there, then?
Well, one lot, the one at 525 North Bliss, the city considers worth $186,000.
That's the one with the house on it, the old duplex?
I don't know if it's a duplex or not.
Well, there was a duplex, so I'm assuming that's the only one that had a house on it, so.
Well, we'll do another one.
Through the chair, that is the duplex property?
Yeah, and it would see, and I've seen it, and I wouldn't give you $180 for it, let $180,000, anyway, I'm willing to accept that rough value based on comparable purchases in the past year. Then we're asking basically for $55,000 in past taxes and assessments, $5,000 to $7,000 in title, clearing up the title. These are estates and so on. Closing costs, I don't know what they would be, probably a few hundreds of, maybe a few thousands of dollars. And a hazmat assumption of risk, which is as open-ended as you can get. I doubt that there are, a lot of contaminants, but you might be facing asbestos and you may be fuel oil tanks and that sort of stuff. But nonetheless, there is an unknown number of cleaning up. And then you flip it over and you say, what are they going to bring to us in exchange for this? And all you have to do is have Mrs. Gore take you on a tour of what they've done, and you know why we want to do this deal. And I'm going to support it 100%. Thank you.
Could I?
Okay. I have Dr. Selcraig and Mr. Flynn next. Dr. Selcraig, then Ms. Osiander.
Ms. Gore, do you mind answering a few questions? Have you got any idea what the cleanup costs are going to be and the demolition costs are going to be on these properties?
Yes, we provided an estimate. I think it's included in the ordinance.
It is.
And we worked actively with Allison at Heritage Land Bank. Those are guesses. We have not had access to physically inspect it. We know there is significant risk. We expect there's an underground tank. In our experience, there's been lead-based paint in every single house we've built. This was built in 1964. So it's very likely to have both asbestos and lead-based paint. We know there's an underground storage tank. So we estimated, my memory's not serving me well, but it's something under $250,000 for the cleanup.
Actually, I found it $235,000 plus the cost of the $55,000. So the total amount that you'll be investing in this property before you can actually build is almost $275,000. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
So, and in contrast, actually, I'm going to completely support this. Basically, you're investing $275,000 to make these lots buildable, and then you plan to build much better development on them now, and then there'll be a tax benefit. So if you're just looking at actual numbers, I think in the long run, this is a good investment for the city. I think that when you have, not only are there costs associated with rundown properties, associated with loss of taxes, there's an association with crime, there's a partner association with lands next to them in terms of the loss of value in those properties. So all in all, I think if you're just looking at numbers, this is a good deal for us. But even if it were cost us a little money, I think it's a good investment because it's making an investment in an overall neighborhood that we're trying to improve. So I'm appreciative of you doing this.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
Parcel 3 apparently has a 7-plex on it, and the city considers it worth $317,000. So that's Block 1, Lot 2, parcel 113000.
Through the chair, Ms. Osiander, yes, there's a 7-plex that takes up 3 of the lots. There's a derelict foundation on one of the lots and a very small duplex on one of the lots.
Even though this is only listed on one parcel, it should be correctly listed on 3 parcels?
Yes.
Ms. Gore is saying no. Ms. Gore, could you clarify?
I hope so. It's actually 5 parcels. Mountain View, just about every lot is the same because the Corps of Engineers lined it out. But the reason, the 7-plex runs across 3 lots, which is why it's so confusing. It's not located on one single lot as a 7-plex. It actually stretches across 3 lots.
So parcel 3, 4, and 5?
Correct. I'm not sure if I have the parcel numbers correct. And then the basement that's fenced up is also a separate lot, and then the duplex also sits lengthwise on the 5th lot. So there are 5 lots, and this 7-plex, which is what it looks like, stretches across 3 of the 5 lots.
Okay.
Is that helpful?
I think so. So basically, if I figured this out correctly from Mr. Flynn's computer, the city assessor says it's worth, these 5 parcels are worth approximately $500,000.
I'll let you be the judge of that.
And we're going to sell them for $55,000 each. Each?
No.
Total. That's what I thought it was total.
If we're debating, I'd like to respond.
Well, I'm trying to figure out, it's a worthy goal, but it's also one that we need to thoroughly investigate and consider, and I didn't get the chance to until just now.
Okay, I have Mr. Gutierrez, then Mr. Coffey, then Mr. Flynn. Mr. Gutierrez, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, as we all know, there's a stark difference between what the city thinks our homes are worth and what they're actually worth on the real market. I think you could ask any citizen, any homeowner, any property owner in the city that. It's a great deal for Cook Inlet.
Yeah.
For $55,000, they get a blighted property that is a magnet for drug and other crime infestation that may have asbestos and God only knows what other kind of contaminants for only $55,000. They get this beautiful prize. And in return, all they have to give us are what are going to be, if you look at the rest of their developments in Mountain View, beautiful homes that significantly improve the neighborhood. Not only the look of the neighborhood, but the feel of the neighborhood. I work in Mountain View, and I've seen over the last 3 years the changes that have happened there. And they're not the only ones making those changes, but they're a very big part of it. And they have made a tremendous investment in properties that nobody else would touch with a 10-foot pole. And I think that if everyone will forgive the sarcasm, that this is really a great deal for us because we're giving away what is a problem, and we're going to get something back that is a significantly higher value and is going to be of value to the taxpayers of this municipality. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey.
I just wanted to clarify one thing. Could you give us a brief description of the quality of the 7-plex? Please. And I also noticed she's coming up that we're dealing with estates here, that nobody's challenged the assessed value. People are dead. These are unoccupied, abandoned buildings, right?
That's correct.
And what are you going to do with them?
We're going to demolish them.
Okay. We're going to demolish them. Hello? Okay. I'm done. That clarifies it. Thank you.
And Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had a couple of comments about the assessed value versus the perhaps actual value. Mr. Coffey is correct. One of the things that you often see in assessed values is that they're not updated unless there's a landowner there to challenge an assessment. And, of course, as he noted, these properties have been basically unrepresented. They were deeded to heirs who have since passed and have not even been in state for years, and therefore there was nobody to say, hey, my 7-plex is derelict, you really need to value that at 0. And, of course, if we were to sell these, we would have to take into account the fact that, say, a private sector buyer would then ask for some recompense for that demolition, or we'd have to take it upon ourselves. The second piece of this, in a skewed way, the fact that there's high assessments on this is good for the municipality because it means we've been assessing taxes at a higher rate than we should have, and Cook Inlet Housing has to pay us for those taxes that we've been assessing at an unreasonably high rate. And the final note I would make, Ms. Osiander, I don't know if you have had the pleasure of taking a tour of some of the properties that CHA has been developing, not only in Mountain View but throughout Anchorage. I would highly recommend you do that, and I would even go with you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Osiander?
Mr. Flynn, I used to live on Bliss Avenue. I lived there for 2 years. Not in the 7-plex, not in the 7-plex, just a little further down. I also say that there are blighted, abandoned properties all over the municipality, and it isn't just here. In fact, I absolutely believe Cook Inlet and the municipality have done a wonderful job of revitalizing Mountain View. I happen to talk to a fair number of people who are just starting out who would love to get a piece of property, a parcel of property for $50,000 or $60,000. I think that's true. I know that we personally, my husband and I bought a house with a derelict house that is unlivable in Chugiak last year. And we felt like we got a pretty darn good deal, but we're going to have to tear down the house. I absolutely believe that there is a market for that. So I know that I'm going to probably be a vote of 1 here, and it's my concern, my concern is this is an asset of the municipality that's worth a significant amount of money that we should at least investigate commercial sale for. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Selcraig?
I have a question regarding these properties. Assuming we retain the properties and we're responsible for them, what are the liabilities associated with these properties?
Through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, the liabilities are the expense to remove the structures. Initially, the cost of a hazmat survey itself is probably $5,000. But to go in and remediate that as you demolish really increases your price of demolition. And we think you're probably going to be in the $250,000 range for demolition at the outside. I have some numbers from the Tudor Motel. And it's a kind of comparable property just to the Sevenplex. And those bids came in between, $150,000 and $240,000 just for the demolition. So then you have tipping fees, other removal costs, and on top of this, Cook Inlet has agreed to acquire quiet title for the municipality on the properties and pay for that action, pay for their attorney's fees for that action. I wanted to also answer the question I think I heard a little bit earlier, was that the ordinance for retaining the properties through the tax foreclosure specifically said that these properties would be held for public purpose, and that public purpose was provision of demolition of the derelict structures and rebuilding in affordable, with the capital A, affordable housing. Just to clarify that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey.
I wasn't going to speak again, but I have to take exception to Ms. Osiander's characterization of these as assets of the municipality. These are, the value here is in the land, and getting back to the land and costs you $250,000 or more, or maybe more. And then you've got 5 lots that are probably worth $250,000, maybe. As an aggregation, maybe that, maybe $300,000. So if it costs you $250,000 and you got $250,000, and then you can put the whole risk and the whole burden on somebody else, and then they commit to doing the kind of development they do, and they commit to do it within 3 years, I don't think we're giving them away an asset. I think we're getting rid of a problem and a liability. That's my analysis. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments? Ms. Osiander.
I apologize.
One last
Just
comment.
a quick question. Is the municipality prohibited from selling properties as is? Is there some prohibition against that? There is none.
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Selcraig.
One last comment for me as well. I appreciate that there may be other properties like this in the city. In fact, I think there probably are properties like this in Muldoon and in Spenard. And I think that this is a model for how we want to treat these properties. I think that over time, it's wonderful to have a nonprofit partner that's actually willing to come in and do the work and take the time to actually build a good home on those properties. So, and I think that Ms. Osiander talked earlier about finishing what we've started. We've initiated, she talked about that in terms of libraries. Well, I think it's also in terms of neighborhoods. We've started in Mountain View, and I think it's appropriate for us to kind of keep at it and turn the corner there. And then I'm inviting Ms. Gore to come to Fairview, and also to Muldoon and Spenard, and I hope this is the beginning of lots of these sorts of things, because it's how I think the public leverages nonprofits in terms of affordable housing. Thank you.
When do we do that? Let's vote. Okay. Okay, any further comments? Seeing none, what's the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Oh, it's on the floor,
Motion's on the floor. Okay, is that, any objection to unanimous consent? I think I heard that. Okay, let's vote. Then put it on the board. Voting
Madam
is
Chair,
open.
if Mr. Birch is online, we'll
Mr.
have
Gutierrez.
to have a roll call vote.
Okay.
Mr. Birch is back.
Ms. Johnston? Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Dr. Selcraig?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander?
You knew it. You knew
Say
where
that
you were
with
going.
gusto.
You knew exactly.
I believe that passes 9-1. Thank you. Item 14M, Ordinance AO 2009-5, an ordinance authorizing Anchorage Community Development Authority to acquire lots and tracts within North Point Bluff subdivision.
Waive reading.
This item is now open for public hearing. Is there anyone present wishing to be heard? Please come forward.
You know we're going to.
Welcome, Mr. Whitaker.
Madam Chair, before we
Please remind
start,
us who you are.
I apologize. I didn't realize when I initially looked at this, part of the land involved in this conversation, or in this ordinance, I believe is leased from the Alaska Railroad, who happens to be my employer, so I'd just like to declare a potential conflict of interest, although it would in no way materially affect my compensation as a railroad employee.
I'm not sure that there is a conflict. Mr. Flynn has a conflict, believes he may have a conflict because this land is owned by the railroad.
I don't think I do, but I just want to get it on the record and make sure we do this right. Sorry, Jed.
Please.
At the direction of the chair, Mr. Flynn, I'll ask you some questions about that. Do you have any financial interest in the any personal financial interest in this matter beyond the fact that you work for the railroad that holds the lease?
I do not.
Is there anything about this transaction that your private interest would outweigh your ability to put the public interest first?
There is not.
Is there any aspect of this transaction you believe that you haven't disclosed to us or that you need to disclose to us so we can make a decision as to potential conflict?
There is not.
Madam Chair, I would recommend that Mr. Flynn can participate in this matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Coffey and Mr. Flynn. Mr. Flynn can participate. I apologize. Mr. Whitaker, go ahead. The public hearing is open.
Thank you. My name is Jed Whitaker. It does not surprise me that Mark Begich has left his fingerprints all over this ACDA deal, even though he is now in Washington, D.C. ACDA practices need, in my opinion, it needs reform. Mark Marlowe, doing business as Jaguar, put up $525,000, and ACDA took a deed of trust, $2,975,000 of risk, 6 times the risk that Marlowe took, without parity of reward. And in other words, we, the public, took 6 times the risk, but we did not share in the reward. I believe the net present value guesstimate of $8 million offered in the transaction background equates to a lot value of $125,000. But in the current economy, is a building lot really worth $125,000? Is this assembly willing to gamble the public's money on what may be an inflated figure of the project's net present value? is this assembly prepared to rectify a pattern of sweetheart deals that place the resources of the municipality at the disposal of a select few? Now I'm going to wander off and act the fool because I'm not a lawyer or a realtor. But in my opinion, it does not make good economic sense for ACDA to throw good money up to $6.9 million to cover a deal gone bad. In my opinion, ACDA as a second should allow the free market at auction to bid the relative valuation of tracks 1 and 2A. That would be the prudent action to take, I believe. And then the new owner, after the foreclosure auction, would then need to satisfy ACDA's encumbrance deed of trust before further developing the North Point Bluff subdivision. I'm opposed to this bailout. It seems to me that the ACDA needs some serious reform with who they do business with and how municipal resources are put at risk. And I think the free market ought to solve this problem instead of the municipality putting up almost up to $6.9 million to cover up a deal which probably shouldn't have been done in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Any questions for the speaker?
I have a question.
Dr. Selkirk, go ahead.
Mr. Whitaker, do you know that the problem on this project is that there is a dispute between the municipality and Mr. Marlowe regarding the costs associated with moving gravel? And that they're in litigation and that there's a lien on the property that has pushed this thing to potential foreclosure, and that's really the issue. It's an argument about who pays for moving the property, who pays for the gravel. Did you understand that? I think this is a complex case, and from your testimony, it was hard to know whether or not you.
I've been around, and I can tell you that the McKay building, Mr. Marlowe got a tax cut benefit from his promise to get the McKay building built. He managed to connive the state of Alaska to put a senior center in there. They were going to give him $4.5 million. Now the senior center is closed. There's an overall pattern here where Mr. Marlowe has played the system. And I don't actually know the actual details with regard to removing gravel, but if North Rim Bank feels it's necessary to place it in foreclosure because Mr. Marlowe hasn't hasn't serviced the debt, then they're doing the right thing, and they're protecting their financial interest in it. And I think the municipality ought to do the same.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn, I have you on the list. Not okay. Any further questions of the speaker? Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Should we close? Okay. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Madam Chair, I would move to postpone this matter till the February 23rd meeting and schedule a work session on January 30th, 2009, so we can all get a full exposition of the complexities to which Ms. Selkirk referred.
Second.
Thank you.
I think, did you say February 23rd or February 3rd?
Well, I think the foreclosure sale is set for the 23rd of March. My discussions with Ms. Sedgwick, who's chairman of ACDA, this morning indicated that they would like to have it resolved sooner rather than later. So I'm moving the 3rd of February with a work session on the 30th of January.
Okay. That works. Is the body agreeable to that?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Osiander?
The next meeting. Yeah.
The conversation I had with Mr. Pollack earlier indicated a time sensitivity, but I didn't have a chance to, I guess, delve into that. Will that make a problem?
No, that would be fine. I think when you get all the information in front of you, it's a pretty clear case.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing and hearing no one, any objection to postponement of this item to February 3rd with a work session? Seeing no objection, that item is postponed till February 3rd. Item 14N, Ordinance AO 2009-6, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Sections 9.34.020, 9.34.030, and 9.34.040 to update parking meters to current parking meter technology. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I have some questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
You're referencing taking out 1,400 parking meters off the streets. Is that kind of, I mean, are we going to see the ever-present post and single meter gone after the end of this?
Mr. Starr, no. There's a time sensitivity in the sense that you can't take all these meters and put them in at once. On the East Street corridor, we've installed 5 meters. Well, we will once the construction is done. And we'll have 5 meters to experiment with, see how the public reacts to make sense to whether the concept works. Each parking meter will basically accommodate, 5 to 7 cars, and so it's just a matter of the arithmetic and how many meters it would be if it spread to the entire city.
So this authorization just gives you the ability to try the experiment on East Street. Is that what you just said?
Well, yes, the East Street stuff is done. It was planned as part of that whole project was to have the multi-space meters. The ordinance is really a clear-up because we've never had multi-space meters on street previous to this time. So this is just adding language in the ordinance that addresses the needs for a multi-space meter versus a single space, and it does both.
And your agency continues to monitor we're not outsourcing the collection fees yet and the maintenance of the meters, are we?
No, we handle all of the maintenance on them.
And then just the question is, how do they know what space they're in when they're on the street? What do we have to do to the street markings?
Well, we won't do anything with the street parking. Obviously, with a single-space meter, the end of the meter itself is kind of designates the spacing. What's happened in other markets around the country is that when you leave it open, you end up with sometimes 5 or 6 cars in a 4-car space and so forth, depending on the size of the car. So there isn't any extra markings. It cleans up the street landscape because there's one device instead of 5 or 6 devices. And
can you just explain to me, how does a guy know what space he's paying for, and how does the meter know that he's expired if that's the case? I'm missing it here because, traditionally you got the post in front, as you're saying.
Right.
Now, if you take away that post, he's got to walk down the street a ways to pay his meter charge.
Correct.
How does he know what space he's in, and how do you know when his time is up?
The technology is called pay and display. So what will happen is when you'll get out of your car, you'll buy the time that you want, you'll be issued a receipt, you put that on the dashboard, and that's your time period.
Okay, so you have to go to the pay station, grab your station, and then go back to your car and put it in?
That's correct.
Okay. Will we get some sort of report? Because I could suspect we're going to hear some residents and some people complain that I put it under my windshield wiper and it blew away, or I didn't open my car, I was on the wrong side of the door. What are we going to hear back from you so we don't get 1,400 meters gone and then we got a problem?
Well, I think this is exactly why this was planned for this, to experiment on East Street, see if there's issues. Cold weather climates do this in other marketplaces, and it's been very successful.
Does it pay for itself because there's no economic impact here on technology upgrades?
Yes.
Fully funded in your 2009 budget?
Correct.
Just the East Street, though?
Just the East Street.
So at the end of the year, then you'll have to ask for more money to upgrade the rest of them as you see fit, or will you just pay for them out of operating?
We'll pay for them out of operations.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Forgive me, I already asked you this question, and you answered it some time ago, but I don't recall the answer. Will these machines take credit cards? Will I be able to come downtown and park at one of these machines without having to keep a car full of change?
Yes, you will.
Thank you.
Great. Any further discussion on this item? Dr. Southcliffe, go ahead.
Just wanted to clarify something. It appears to me from the AM that this is not just for East Street, but we're really authorizing these to be set up anywhere. Isn't that true?
Well, the language in the ordinance is designed to accommodate an expansion if it's warranted into other places where there's single-space meters now.
And I basically like the idea, but I'm wondering how they've worked in other northern climates. I mean, when it's 30 below and people have to walk up, and I know some of the new ones, you actually just put your number in. Is there going to be a numbering system on the street, or are you going to do as Mr. Starr suggested, walk up, get your paper, and walk back and put it in the windshield? Is that the...
You won't put it on your windshield, but you'll put it on your dashboard inside the car, so it's safe and people can't steal it. But
And so are they using these in Minneapolis or in Canada, in Seattle? Seattle's
Rick,
not as cold as here.
You want to address that? Yeah.
I mean, Seattle's nothing like here.
This is Rick Onstad, our parking director.
Rick Onstad, Parking Director, ACDA. I believe the question was about cold weather climbs.
Yes.
And pay and display units.
Yes.
The answer is they've been very successful. All the suppliers that manufacture multi-space meters now build in a heater inside the cabinet, and the heaters perform very well. In fact, the pay and display units that we're using now on surface slots are the ones we're targeting for widespread use if we're successful on East Street. We've had no problems this winter at all, even given the cold snap a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pog, I just want to say thank you very much for this, because I've been parking in parking lots and getting out of the car, putting my money in the credit card, and then going back and opening up the door and putting a little piece of paper in the windshield inside the car. So welcome to the 21st century.
Any more discussion on this item? Okay, any objection to the passage of this item? Seeing no objection, that item passes. Item 14O, Resolution AR 2009-3, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant in the amount of $381,061 from the Department of Transportation and Public Facilities, State of Alaska, for the Municipal Share-a-Ride Program. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. It's the wish of the body.
Move to approve.
Any discussion? Any objection to?
I have a question. Is
Mr.
anybody
Starr,
from
go ahead.
Transit here? Hi. Jody, nice to see you. Thanks for staying. The military bases is my question on when I see these share-a-ride programs and grants coming through. Right now, we don't provide bus service on the bases at all, when they provide some sort of transportation system that they've engineered on their own dollar. Are we getting to dialogue there to be able to support the military bases with public transportation in some sort of program, or when should we help that program?
You know, I think through the chair, I'm Jody Kars from Public Transportation, and there's no right solution to everything. The military bases really is relatively low density. Historically, when I started 25 years ago, we had a lot of bus riders coming out of the bases. It started trickling down, and we ended up getting about 35 people a day coming out of Fort Rich, and even a little less out of Elmendorf because they have their own shuttle. What works really well in areas like that is similar to what we have here is our van pool program. We have a lot of van pools that are going to Fort Rich and Elmendorf. They're probably our biggest users. I guess I just think it's probably more economical in the big picture to continue a van pool program for the bases.
Okay, so has the, again, it was Pete in that group, he's no longer there, but have they continue to petition the city, or what's the status of that to be sensitive to their needs, as opposed to just saying no?
About every 2 years, I may get a phone call from somebody and a commander, and one of our obstacles is when they close the base down, they close the base down, and we can't get on, or they close the base down, and people who are already on the bus have to get off and wait at the gate. So when they do come and talk to us, I've basically told them the obstacles we face, tell them what our ridership was back in actually it was before 9/11. That's what was the last time we started going. And so far, no base commander has really stuck their neck out and said, yes, we really need bus service back.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the information on your involvement there, but, if they come to me, we'll need to sit down again and decide if there's other allocations of resources.
Absolutely.
Great.
And they do have the Armed Services YMCA, and we've tried to do coordination with them out in Muldoon with our buses that meet up there, but that really hasn't been real successful.
Right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing and hearing none. Any objection to passage of this item? Seeing no objection, that item passes. Item 14P, Resolution AR 2009-4, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a transfer of responsibilities agreement in the amount of $257,216.
Waive reading.
The State of Alaska Public Transportation Marketing Program. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Any discussion? Mr. Coffey.
It's, this is the kind of thing, it's state money, and it's a transportation marketing program. The best marketing program we had was $150 a barrel oil, right? I mean, that got people on the buses.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any money of our own in this deal, do we?
Through the chair, no, we don't. Actually, this is a federal pass-through grant.
Okay. Yeah, but do we have any of our money in it that we're not appropriating tonight from anywhere else?
No, there's no local match. This is 100%. Is that your question?
Yes.
There's no local match required here.
Do we have a marketing program in place right now?
Yes, we do.
And how much is that costing us? No. Separate from this is what I mean.
This is how we fund our marketing program.
Okay.
We don't have a marketing
Year after year after year, this is how we've done it.
Yes.
All right. Well, if it's sort of other people's money, it's okay with me, but I question the efficacy of it. But I'm done for tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn.
Just to clarify, Jody, this is FHWA money that goes through the AMEX process and ends up with the State of Alaska DOT for them, and then they give it back to us for marketing, or they're doing the marketing?
They give it to us for marketing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jody, hasn't this marketing program been in existence for probably about 25 years?
Through the chair, item 14O, the rideshare program, that has been that's how I started with the municipality about 25 years ago. The marketing program is probably about 10 years old.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Don't stick around. We seem to have done all the transit stuff at the end here.
One more.
Let's see. I don't see a name. Who's calling? Mr. Starr? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, we're not done with this one yet. Any further questions for Ms. Kars? No? Thank you. What's the wish of the body? Okay. Any objection to the passage of this item? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, this item is approved. Item Q. Resolution AR 2009-5, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a transfer of responsibilities agreement in the amount of $176,241 to the State of Alaska Transit Enhancement Work Program. This item is open for public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please step forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. Wish of the body is.
Move to approve.
Any discussion?
I have some questions on selection of these sites, if that'd be okay to speak. I pushed my button, it went away, so.
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Okay, thanks. Jody, how do we decide which ones get the attention, which stops?
Well, we start our bus stop improvement program based on ridership. So we go out and do a survey once a year, and we determine about how many people are riding the bus at each bus stop. We go through then, and that kind of helps us determine if we need a trash can and bench, or if we need a shelter, kind of what amenity we need, or we need nothing at all. If it's less than, I think, 20 folks a day, we don't put anything out there but a sign. If it has a trash can, our youth crew goes out, they empty the trash, they try to keep the bus stop clean, they go through and do a power washing.
Yeah,
so it's really
I see their crews. I guess the question was, how do we pick them and how do we get input? Because this is one item I get a lot of emails on. You know, people standing out there, they get slushed, they can't do it, or we go and spend the money. Apparently it's our crews clean up the thing, and then the state comes and plows them in again.
Absolutely.
A minute later, so...
Yeah. It's based on ridership.
Yeah.
But also, if we get requests from a group, there was a group on 88th and Jewel Lake where that bus stop really looked pretty bad, and it was always on our list because of ridership, but it hadn't bubbled up to the top. But if the public asks us for an improvement, we'll go out and make it, especially if they're willing to adopt the stop.
And Eagle River is included in that request, I assume?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks a lot, because it's a good program. I think it will really increase ridership, so the more attention you can bring to it,
Thank
like
you.
a fair amount of money to do business.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
And once again, to clarify, is this is us sending money to the state for them to do cleaning at our shops, or again, it's coming back to us and we're doing it?
Swing back. It's all three of these are TORs, transfer responsibility agreements.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Any objection to the passage of this item? Seeing and hearing no objection, this item passes. Thank you very much. Item 14R, Resolution AR 2009-6, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $750,000 from the U.S. Department of Justice Office on Violence Against Women. This item is now open for public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body? Any discussion? Mr. Starr?
Well, just a comment to hopefully Senator Begich is listening. These are the kind of programs that are very effective for our community, so hopefully he's successful and understands our priority for our community. Domestic violence and especially crimes against women, $750,000 just a drop in the bucket. So hopefully he gets it, and thank you for letting me pontificate. But Senator Begich, these are important. Thank you.
Thank you. He's probably asleep by now.
Mr. Starr, I would predict that both Senator Begich and Senator Murkowski are hopefully either sound asleep or engaging in inaugural festivities and not listening to our meeting, which I don't think is a reflection of their lack of interest in anything we're doing. But I would suggest that if any of us were in Washington, we shouldn't be listening either.
I wish we were there, too. Any further discussion on this item? Any objection to unanimous approval of this item? Seeing and hearing no objection, that item passes. Item 14S, Resolution AR 2009-7, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $296,714 from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to the Federal Categorical Grants Fund 241 and $192,615 from the Alaska Housing Finance Corporation to provide the Link Homeless Assistance Project. Public hearing for this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing on this item is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Okay. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, any objection to passage of this item? Seeing and hearing no objection, this item passes. I apologize. We missed the 11 section when we picked up after dinner. We're going back to 11A, Old Business and Unfinished Action Ordinance AO 2008-100, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code section to provide a retiree medical funding program.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey.
Move to postpone this to the first meeting in May. Per our discussion with the administration this morning, that would be May 12th. If I can get a second, I'll explain why. Thank you. We have two concerns here. We have the budget concerns and the shortfall, and this would increase the budget by some $300,000. And secondly, we have no decision from the Superior Court on the pending litigation. If we can solve this inside the budget after we get a decision from the trial court, then we can, that's appropriate. I'd hate to continue it for a shorter period of time because we may not have the budget worked out and we may not have a decision from the judge. So I would like to get it as far enough down the line as we can so we'll really have an opportunity to deal with it and either pass it or not pass it as the case may be. But let's do it after we know what we can do with the budget. We know what the court says. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Dr. Selkirk?
I just want to put on the record that this is based on a commitment that we made quite a while ago that we haven't really been able to keep. And also, we've been told several times that once this court case is decided, it'll probably be appealed, and we may go on and on and on. So I'm really sorry that we didn't act on this in December, and kind of throwing it in the middle of all the budget crisis, I think only makes it more difficult. People noted when we talked about this in December that there are people who need medical care who have actually died since we've started to solve this. So I'm just my sense is that the will of the body is to postpone it. I'll move that direction, but I do want to go on record expressing my concerns about the fact that this got pushed off and now we're pushing it off again.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. And all I have to say is ditto, and I am not going to vote to postpone these two items. Thank you.
Any further discussion? What's the wish? It sounds like we need to vote on this one. Okay. Please, voting is in progress. Voting, let's see. The action is to postpone action to May 12th. The yes vote postpones action. A no vote means we don't postpone action. And we need to do a roll call vote, as Mr. Birch is still on the phone.
Ms. Johnston? Yes. Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
Mr. Starr? Yes. Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Ms. Gray-Jackson?
No.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
No.
Dr. Selkirk?
No.
Ms. Osiander? Mr. Flynn?
Yes.
That passes 6-4. That item is postponed until May 12th. Thank you. Item 11B. This looks like the same item. No, item 11B, Resolution AR 2008-185, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the approval of an increase. Go ahead. What's the wish of the body on this item? No, this is unfinished action.
First meeting in May.
Move to continue to the first meeting in May.
Second.
That would be the same meeting as the May 12th?
Exactly.
Okay. Any objection to postponing action until May 12th? Seeing and hearing none, that item is postponed. Item C, Resolution AR 2008-313, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly relating to Assembly ratification of contracts and amendments in
Waive
compliance.
reading.
This item should have been moved forward with 14D and E.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Okay.
This would kill it, and the reason it would kill it is we're dealing with it by ordinance. We don't need a resolution. It'll come up when we bring up the combined 14D and 14E. Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Any objection to indefinitely postponing this item? Seeing none, it is postponed indefinitely. Item 11D, Resolution number AR 2008-333, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to address the current financial environment through monthly evaluation and reporting to the Assembly. What's the wish of the body? Okay, any discussion?
Mr. Chairman? Ms. Chairman?
Dr. Selkirk, have you pushed a button? I don't see it.
I believe I reviewed my intentions when I pulled this, when it was introduced, but we do have, I believe, some comments from the Budget Review Committee and also an amendment that could be reviewed. Did you have a comment? Yeah.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. I believe that I gave a report on this resolution during my committee report, and the committee spent some time reviewing the resolution and voted unanimously to approve the resolution and to ask for assembly approval. And I don't remember an amendment to this particular document. Oh, Mr. Coffey has one. Okay, but that's the Budget Committee's recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Any further comments on this issue? Any objection to passage of this item? Seeing, hearing none, this item passes unanimously. Item 11E, Resolution AR 2008-334, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of sound financial management
Waive reading.
by postponement of new hires in certain municipal contracts. What's the wish of the body? Have we had the public hearing on this? I don't feel like we've had a public hearing. Okay, all right.
Move to approve. Oh, it's been done.
No.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have an amendment.
Ms. Gray Jackson is...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on, got to punch in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned earlier, the Budget and Finance Committee also reviewed this resolution and moved to ask the makers of the resolution to have some further discussion and possibly a work session. And, of course, that was the committee's recommendation. It is, as you all know, up to this body to decide whether you want to deal with it tonight, but I am stating again what the Budget Committee recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Ms. Osiander?
I support this. I have over one concern, and that is on the definition of emergency hire. I don't know what Mr. Coffey's amendment is, but I have one to propose on page 2 of 3. Mm-hmm. That's what yours is too, Mr. Coffey?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I haven't had a chance to hear yours, but let me propose mine. My concern, you want to pass it down?
Sure. It's right there. I marked it.
Exactly the same issue.
Let's make it your amendment.
Give me 30 seconds, please, or I'll yield to someone.
Mr. Coffey, you're next. You're already doing. Are you going to?
It's a little different, but it's the same issue. I'm fine. Go ahead, Mr. Coffey. You can do it.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make a motion on page 2 of the AR, line 8, on page 2, after the language that says including the assembly, I propose that I move to amend to delete the language in the parentheses and to substitute the following. And the following language is, unless the acting mayor certifies to the assembly that the new hire is essential to the continued operations of the municipality and the assembly approves the new hire. I will give that to the clerk. It's at the bottom of the page, Madam Clerk.
Okay, that was
I got a
moved.
second?
Is there a second?
Thank you.
Okay, moved and second. Any discussion?
Madam Chairman, we'd actually ask that that particular language be repeated so that municipal attorney can have an opportunity to make sure she's tracking the language. We do have some questions about Mr. Coffey's proposed language.
Okay.
If you could repeat the language.
Section 1 on page 2. Delete. No, just a second. Oh, delete, but excluded emergency hires?
This is what I moved.
Yeah, okay. Delete, quote, but excluded emergency hires related to community health and safety, close quote. Insert after the words, including the assembly, the following, quote, unless the acting mayor certifies to the assembly that the new hire is essential to the continued operations of the municipality and the assembly approves the new hire, close quote.
Yeah, hold on to that. Okay. All right, any comments? Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you. I have some questions, again, for legal counsel on this. As I read this earlier today, I apologize, I had not seen it before this. As a student of public policy, the first thing that immediately popped into mind is this is a violation of the separation of powers. I looked at the Anchorage Charter, and under Section 5.03, the municipal manager, the manager is responsible to the mayor for the overall conduct of the administrative functions of the municipality. Nowhere does the assembly have any authority over the administrative functions of the municipality. In municipal code, under the same heading of the municipal manager, the manager shall be responsible to the mayor for the management and operation of those departments. The code and the charter are both very clear. The municipal manager, at the direction of the mayor, runs the day-to-day operations of the municipality. There are, by code and by charter, certain positions that are required to have assembly confirmation, but nowhere in either the charter or the code is the assembly given the authority to do something like this. Now, I understand in my mind this is something of a minor point because this is a resolution and has absolutely no force of law anyway. So the mayor could say, thank you for your input, take a hike. It just concerns me that it's a matter, again, of process. We can't do whatever we want, whenever we want, because we want to and because it's expedient. I'm not disputing necessarily the public policy value of this. I think it may have some merit. However, it's not within the power of the assembly to do. Again, like I said, that doesn't overly concern me because the mayor could frankly just say, gee, thanks for the advice, and now go do what the assembly is empowered to do by the charter, and I don't know whether he will or whether he will follow this or not, but it is just rather concerning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Just a note, it is almost 20 to 11. This is the final item on the agenda, and we have one very patient member of the public who has waited for audience participation. So I would appreciate a swift resolution of this item. Folks, next, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to make it clear that during the discussion of this resolution at the Budget Committee meeting, the term new hires referred to newly authorized positions in the 2009 budget, correct?
Pardon? Could you repeat that, please?
The term new hires referred to newly authorized positions in the 2009 budget. In other words, positions that were not in the 2008 budget, correct? That was my understanding.
I think we discussed it. I think we also referenced new jobs created with fund balances. I think that we really, but I think it's a broader discussion than just the new hires in the budget.
Right, but the point that I want to make, and I'll say it again, is that it references newly authorized positions for the 2009 budget.
No.
Well, can you explain it?
Well,
please, thank you.
It includes those, but we've also experienced times where departments have had a fund balance or have had adequate money to actually add a new position that we find out about basically in the next budget cycle. And so I really, and actually I'd like to talk to your question and also to Mr. Gutierrez's question. I think that this is a resolution, and I think that Mr. Gutierrez said that he could support it on its merits. I think that that's the thing to do here, is to support it on its merits. Basically, we are in a situation right now where we know that we are short $17 million. This is a tool to simply, on a monthly basis, keep track of where we are, which is the last resolution we passed, and look at whether or not we want to bring on initially those new hires that we identified in the 09 budget or anything else that's being proposed. And all it does is include us in the discussion with the administration, and it basically indicates to the administration that they don't have our support to be creating new positions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Osiander.
I concur and support the resolution, and also remind members of this body that in our budget, one of the amendments specifically was to defer bringing on police, and that would generate the money for some of the other things that other assembly members wanted to add. My approach to the emergency was a little bit different. I was going to just delete the section related to community health and safety, and instead add a new section that said emergency hires shall be justified in a report to the Assembly. But I think Mr. Coffey's works just as well. This is prudent, this is flexible, and it gives us a tool to aggressively meet a problem. Urge support.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Klayman.
In light of Mr. Gutierrez's response about the problem of a separation of powers raised by this resolution, I conferred with the municipal attorney, and we are in agreement that with Mr. Gutierrez, this creates a separation of powers issue. I think the recommendation from the Budget and Finance Committee, which is to put this on for a work session in the future, makes a great deal of sense. That would certainly give us a time when the hour is not drawing near to explain more why it creates a separation of powers argument. I would certainly urge I would urge a no vote as to this amendment.
And Mr. Gutierrez, are you still?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I neglected to ask that question of council when I spoke at first, so I appreciate the acting mayor doing that. I also want to correct, I feel some words were put in my mouth. I don't support this on the merits. I'm indifferent on it, on the merits. I don't support it because it is a violation of the separation of powers. This is political science 101. The executive branch has its duties. The legislative branch has its duties. As a matter of public policy, I don't necessarily oppose this sort of approach. It's been called a hiring freeze. It's not exactly a hiring freeze. It's more like a hiring delay. If the administration were amenable to that, I'd be okay with it. But the legislative branch of government has no legitimate or legal authority to impose something like that on the executive branch. I know there are so many times when this is what I want to do, so by golly, we're going to do it. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it wrong necessarily. It might be the right thing to do. We just don't have the authority to do it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We're still talking about the amendment to Section 1. Okay. Ms. Tucker, I have you on the speaker list.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wanted to make one comment because I did review this. And in discussing with the chief sponsor, Dr. Selcraig, the way that I understood it was, as she explained it, that the introduction here, which reads, in conjunction with passage and approval of the 2009 municipal budget, really references budget revisions that will be coming, will be forthcoming no matter what. And as Dr. Selcraig explained to me and then has explained to the body here, it was a forecast of issues and positioning by the Assembly. And although the wording is more directive than would be appropriate if it was an ordinance, it's not an ordinance and is a resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Let's see, any further comments on this item? The amendment before us, does anybody need me to read it again? Okay. The amendment before us, please vote.
Do a roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
On the amendment?
On the amendment. Yes, approves the amendment. No.
I think if Mr. Birch is on the line, you need to do it by voice.
Yeah, he is. That's why we're going to do a roll call. Dr. Selcraig? Yes. Ms. Osiander? Yes. Mr. Flynn? Yes. Ms. Johnston? Yes. Mr. Coffey? Yes. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
No.
And that
passes.
7-3.
Thank you. Passes. The amendment passes 7-3. Further discussion on the main motion. Seeing no discussion. Oh, Ms. Osiander, and I have Ms. Osiander and Mr. Klayman. Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
Just very quickly on the separation issue, this body holds the power of the purse, and as such, it seems appropriate to me. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll pass.
Mr. Klayman.
I will again urge a no vote. I believe this invites a separation of powers issue and urge a no vote.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't pass. This body does hold the power of the purse, and it exercised it in November when it passed and approved the 2009 budget. And to come back now and try to exercise power and authority granted neither in the charter nor in municipal code is irresponsible. I suspect that's why it's in the form of a resolution. Because if it were an ordinance, I think we know that it would immediately end up in court and be struck down fairly quickly. As a resolution, it has no power of law. The mayor can ignore it at his own peril, I suppose, and assembly members can go on talk radio and television talking about how the mayor ignored a chance to save the municipality money, even though it was an attempt by the assembly that was totally improper. But, that's to happen in the future. We have the power of the purse, no doubt. We exercised it when we passed and approved the budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Selkirk.
I guess I'm slightly offended by the tone of the last comment. The fact is that we approved a budget not knowing that we had a $17 million deficit. When I found out in December that there was a major deficit, and I sat down with Ms. Whittleton and was not told how much, I expressed a real concern in December. At that time, we could have acted on this on the 16th. This body, and in fact you encouraged postponing it until January. We are now well into the realization that we are short $17 million. This is a tool for this assembly to express to this administration that we don't want to hire those new positions that were identified in the budget until we understand where we're at financially. And as far as anything being illegal or improper, it is a resolution. It is not an ordinance. So you are confusing the situation. And I don't need a 101 class. I'm quite aware of how this works. And it's the responsible thing for us to do. And the fact is that we are asking the acting mayor to participate with us in this process. It's been slightly frustrating to keep up with the $17 million budget, but it feels like right now we might have been informed about in December. So this is a structure. These two ordinances together are a structure that allow us, first of all, to be informed regularly, and secondly, to be engaged in the decisions that have to do with how we're going to wrestle with this major deficit. And it's simply a tool for us to work together. It's not a problem for you as administrators. It's an opportunity for you to inform us and engage us in these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Assembly members Selkirk, Osiander, and Drummond, thank you so much for bringing this resolution forward. It's a real effort that I applaud in regards to attempting to address our $17 million budget shortfall. One of the things that was brought out in the Budget and Finance Committee meeting was that some of the new positions, namely the park superintendent and the park rangers, are grant-funded positions. The committee recommended that this body have a work session and discuss this resolution further, and I think that it was a very, very good recommendation, and I don't see any problem with doing just that so that we can make some wise decisions as we attempt to find solutions to our $17 million budget shortfall. So with that said, unless this resolution goes to a work session for all of us to discuss, I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Call the question.
I have, Mr. Klayman has the final.
When I call the question,
all right.
Votes, call the question.
I would note that you need 8 votes.
We need
call
8
the
votes
question.
to call the question. We're voting on calling the question. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll? Shall we call the question?
Yes. Let's go.
Yes or no?
Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson?
No.
Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Dr. Selcraig?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander? Mr. Flynn? Ms. Johnston? Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Madam Chair, that passes.
Questions called. Please vote.
Eight passes 8-2. The question is before us.
I would just note the record
resolution.
reflect that I had made a request to speak to this, and I'm going to follow the vote of the body, but I think the body should be very much aware that I did make a request to...
Point of order, Madam Chair. The question's been called. There's no further debate. Point of order.
That wasn't debate, Mr. Coffey. That was just making sure the body was aware that I'd made a request to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The vote is before us. Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Dr. Selcraig?
Yes.
Ms. Osiander? Mr. Flynn? Ms. Johnston? Ms. Johnston? Mr. Coffey?
Yes.
Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Ms. Gray Jackson? Mr. Birch?
Yes.
Ms. Drummond?
Yes.
Madam Chair, that passes 8-2.
Thank you. We are done with the agenda items. We have one member of the audience who has waited patiently through the whole evening to speak to us under audience participation. Would that person please come forward and identify himself? Thank you, and I appreciate your patience.
Yes, ma'am. Name's Dennis Franks. I reside in the east side of town. My concern is, I don't know if I have to refresh everybody's memory here, but everybody, including the mayor, received an email from me about 9 days ago about security issues at the Denina Center where one of my daughters was attacked. Mm-hmm. I have not gotten closure from this from the people from the Denina Center. APD has filed charges against the two other girls that beat up my daughter. But I got some response from some people here from the Assembly, and surprisingly, two people that do my district didn't respond. The public safety person didn't respond. So I'm kind of trying to figure out what I need to do as a resident, a user of this center and other centers that SMG runs the security on, and what I need to do to make sure this doesn't happen to anybody else. The general manager from MSG has promised me on the 13th of January that I was supposed to receive a refund. Well, that hasn't showed up yet. So I don't believe him anymore. He has also sent other emails, which a lot of you people have received, most of this email traffic. He responded saying, "Rest assured, this incident and actions by SMG staff are taken quite seriously." Well, I don't think so. If he can't send out a simple refund check, how am I supposed to believe that he took care of this problem? How is anybody supposed to believe that he took care of this problem? He goes on to say, SMG has investigated this event and has taken appropriate action. Again, if he cannot mail out a simple check to me, how do we know, me, you, that action was taken? I don't think appropriate action was taken. I think it was swept under the rug, and I kind of want to know what the Assembly is going to do about it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Franks. Any questions of Mr. Franks? Ms. Osiander?
Franks, we all read, I'm sure, the email exchange. I know I did. What I looked for in that email exchange is that the police, particularly the school resource officers, had responded. My understanding is they did. I looked to see that the ombudsman wasn't going to investigate. I heard from the ombudsman, and you referenced in your email that the ombudsman was investigating. This body cannot deal with specific personnel issues. We can, however, and are responsive to hearing if there's problems with a contractor, and that would only be dealt with us in relation to when the contract comes up again. Then we would have some specific concerns we'd like to talk about. I personally was going to wait and see what the ombudsman report came back. I have had some conversation with the ombudsman and would like to actually request that the ombudsman update us on a regular basis. This particular issue, I do want the ombudsman's analysis. Their responsibility in that position is to give an independent look at a problem and give us recommendations about how process could be improved. It sounds like it was a really bad instance. My personal belief is it was not handled very well by the security person on site. But you covered about everybody in that email. I mean, I saw all the people you sent that to. Police responded appropriately. The ombudsman is investigating. Sounds like the school district's moving forward. I understand your frustration, but at this point, I don't know what else the Assembly can do but wait and see what the ombudsman result is.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you. And I apologize. I really just got into the email chain yesterday and started reading about the incident. And I can tell you, without repeating everything Ms. Osiander said, and I agree with her entirely, I've had issues with this particular contractor on other matters. And so, as she said, when it comes time for this contract to be reviewed, I think all of this is going to be looked at together, and that's what the Assembly can do.
Okay. Dr. Selcraig.
Actually, I think Ms. Osiander summed it up. I've read and kept track of it, and it seemed to me the police were looking into it, the ombudsman are looking into it, and the school district was looking into it. And it's really difficult, actually, for us to be engaged in those reviews. And what I was going to ask, actually, before Ms. Osiander spoke is, you're before us right now, and so I guess what I'm wondering, you'd like us to do something. You're frustrated, and you would like us to do something. So specifically, what is it that you, I mean, and you're in my district, so what would you want me to do? You want me to connect with the ombudsman, or what, and is it something, I'm happy, it's hard to know when you look at the list of the people that are working on it. It's hard to know what else to do.
Well, I haven't had an update in quite a few days.
Okay.
The other thing is, what are we going to do to prevent it from happening again? I understand the contract perfectly. I don't even know when the contract runs up. But in the meantime, this security company, SMG, is going to be security for more events from now until their contract is up. This is going to, I guarantee you, this is going to happen again. And what I'm afraid of is it's going to be something worse. A death, a shooting, a stabbing, whatever, is going to be worse than what it is right now. My daughter didn't receive any injuries. Okay? She didn't receive any. She fought back. She defended herself, which is exactly what I've taught her to do. Never throw the first punch, but defend yourself. What I'm worried about is the person that's not going to be able to defend themselves because of a weapon or something else. And how do we hold SMG responsible?
To me, what that means is that we need to carefully monitor the level of service we're getting in this contract. And one of the things that I would be waiting for is information from the Ombudsman's office in terms of what their analysis is. Is there one bad employee? What occurred? And also, as well as the police department. But what I will tell you, and I think Mr. Gutierrez will work with me, I'm happy to talk with you after this meeting, that there's certain pieces of information I think we need to know. We need to understand what exactly went wrong and whether it was an overall systemic problem or one person. And then I think it's appropriate for us to follow up with the administration to see if there isn't something we need to do to monitor the contract.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
No, I think you're right, and we're almost out of time, and we're not to cut you off, but I think contract compliance, it's a new facility. We need to make sure that SMG's held up their side of the bargain, they're adequately staffed, and how we do that through maybe Mr. Malden through contract review, or Mr. Gutierrez just confirming that SMG's delivering on what they said in the model they were presented to provide security to these sort of events is being followed. And I think you're being helpful in that process and much more understanding than perhaps I would if I'm sitting down there. But we won't let it drop. I think the hands-off that we have doesn't mean that we can't become involved. And I surely appreciate you writing me because I think it was important to know. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Franks.
Thank you.
Okay.
If you'll stay afterwards, I'll speak with you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
I just want to say congratulations to President Barack Obama, who was sworn in this morning as our 44th President of the United States of America. Hear, hear.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gave a great speech.
Yeah.
It's 11 o'clock. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.